Hey, welcome back to Métropole Grid. My name is Andre. Thanks so much for tuning in. It's a Tuesday afternoon, August 20th. We're a bit behind. Just running a little bit late today. And then you log in. So we use Restream, which is a website that allows you to like put two streams to two different locations. And I don't actually use that. So if you're watching on Twitch or you're watching on YouTube, it's actually, I have a private server and I do like rerouting, stuff like that. It's whatever. Point is, I go into Restream, which I use for the chat, to collate the chat together, which is quite nice. And it just has another user interface. It's like always the most surprising thing when you log into something, you're like, oh, I'm ready to use this in 30 seconds to put everything together, and it's different. So thanks for your patience. We got there. 7th fret, guitar reference, or how many times Andre has worried about someone today. A bit of guitar reference. Droids, how's it going? What's up, y'all? Yo, how you doing? I watched, I think almost all, maybe I missed the last game of the stream yesterday, which was on Boz's channel, was Eye for an Eye stream, which it was okay. The stream was good. The card was, I don't know. I play imp. I wish I got to testing this though, and I like, it's definitely better than I think we think it is, but it's it cost an imp. Eye for an Eye did something. Yeah, that's exactly it. Isn't it wild that the best HQ pressure card in this set is not Eye for an Eye? Like, what about if you had something that Eye for an Eye did, but it was way better? And what about if we put it in the Shaper faction? Whoa! When you only want a carnivore exactly once. Chris, how's it going? There was like a bit of hope that carnivore would be slightly playable when TAI came out with, like, you know, Audrey and, you know, the other one. What's the other one? The one where your friends help you? Solidarity badge? That, like, maybe? Man, and our console slots are pretty rough, that's for sure. Wavy Oldie, happy Tuesday. How's it going? Welcome to stream. Darshan, how you doing? Happy Tuesday. Excited to see you on the weekend. Mind you, if you don't know, for some reason this weekend we have NANPC Montreal. Excited for all those who showed up. Also, I need to start naming and shaming. I've heard a lot of people haven't bought their tickets yet, and it's really important. Please buy your tickets ahead of time. It's on us as organizers to give an incentive to buy the tickets sooner than later, just so people do, because people unfortunately don't buy their tickets, and that's a problem. Because like Maddie is out here knitting all the little birds and we don't know how many to make because people are just not buying. Anyways, we're doing fine. Please buy your tickets, thank you. Hey Charlie, Santa, how's it going? It's been a while. Caught a stream. Welcome to stream. How's your Tuesday been? Alec, welcome. Ooh, piece of Metro Stream stab. Hopefully you're doing well on a Tuesday. Hey yo, Yeti, had a big pub lunch with my mum and now I'm snoozing on the sofa watching the stream. Sounds quite nice. Hopefully you're doing well, huh? Eye for Eye seemed neat when Bob was accessing 4 cards. Yeah, it's cool that it accesses 4 cards, but like, let me tell you something. You can access 4 cards with an imp and trash the best one, and then you still have an imp. Pretty good. And you can play a different run event. Pretty good. You can also, you know, play Burner, and Burner functionally sees 3 cards. Whoa, doesn't take a tag. Whoa. And I'm not saying you play this in Anarch necessarily, but I think we should consider it. And then, yeah, that's mostly it. It's tricky. Carnivore is interesting in straight system gateway Adaloo. You just have to focus on hammering the HQ like you're criminal. David, how's it going? I found out from my limited system gateway Loo playing is that Loo's pressure, right? Like you only have so many cards in system gateway that you actually run out of cards. So carnivore doesn't become an endless option. And I feel like that's the sort of format where there's not actually that many cards in HQ you need to trash. Right, like maybe seamless launch PD in the system gateway, you know, is maybe the best consideration. I think that's also the funniest thing is, would I rather Eye for an Eye the seamless launches and get them into, you know, the bin so that PD can pull them back if they need to using PD or HB stuff, or would I rather put them with Burner on the bottom of the deck? And I'm not saying always pull your seamless launches back with PD. I know it's pretty common, but the idea is that when a card is on the bottom of the deck, it's out of the game. It's as out of the game because you need to shuffle. So largely you need a spin doctor as well. Maybe you have a sprint, but it's even more out of the game because if they have a spin doctor, like there's other ways to interact with archives. There's almost no way to shuffle your deck. It's something. Buying tickets early, communicating that you were coming is the nicest things you can do to a TO. Axu knows. How's it going, Axu? Hopefully you're doing well. Hey, Gailhard, driving to Nantes this weekend for a French Nats, bring 3 runners from Toulouse and 2 from Bordeaux. Yo, that's really cool. How packed is that car? Yo, shout out. It's apparently it's French Nats this weekend. Let's see if that's up on ABR. It should be, right? Yeah. Championnat de France de Netrunner 2024 National. That's really, really cool. At House of Games in Nantes. I don't know where Nantes is exactly. I've never been. But hey, shout out. Best of luck at French Nationals. Unofficial prizes. This looks cool. Dr. Nuke Rolik. Under the Sea. Lorsque vous installez cette ressource, chargez deux pions pouvoir sur elle. Quand elle est vide, effacez-la. Click. Comment dit-on click en français? Pion pouvoir herbage? What? I don't know what that word means. Pioche trois cartes. Oh, this is a woodman too. My pronunciation there is pretty bad, but that's sick. A lot of the French terms, from my understanding of translated Netrunner cards, are really funny. Just the translations. Resource relation. Relation is a funny term too. I think the term for running in Netrunner, in French Netrunner, is lancer un piratage, which, to make it make sense, is to basically to throw un piratage, which is like, it kind of sounds like it looks like. I think this is what they use in French Netrunner. Lancer un piratage, comme ça, peut-être. But it's like to throw a hack or to throw a piracy. It's really, really funny. It's 9 seats. It's a truck. That's hardcore. Yo, best of luck out there. That's sick. That's a big event. Yo, that's really, really cool. Hopefully y'all have fun out there. It's cool to see the unofficial prizes in French as well. It's really neat. We used to have a lot of players. It's like, so we're in Quebec. And in Quebec, French is technically the main language. English is like the second language, largely. And a lot of players back in the day at FFG product time, some players would play with French cards. Now, it's actually the minority. Not that most players did not speak French and English that were playing here in Montreal. More people spoke both. If you only spoke one language, you generally were someone like me who only spoke English. But there were players did not often play with French cards, because if you wanted to source the French cards here in Quebec, they're actually more expensive back in the day because they weren't printed locally. The French cards were actually imported from Europe. So if you wanted to get FFG French product, it wasn't like it was sent directly to Quebec. It was sent to France generally, and then they had to import it from France. So it was like way more expensive. So the only people you saw who were playing with French product were people who actually immigrated generally from France or from French-speaking other countries. So like living in a French province, you still don't see a lot of French Netrunner cards for a bunch of reasons. Even on NSG side, I think you mostly see English, but that's because most of the events here are in English. People do speak French at Netrunner events though, and you can if you want to. Frank, how's it going? It's peak EU Nat season, one tournament almost every weekend. I think this weekend is also, there's a Nationals in Switzerland, if I'm not mistaken, which is pretty sick. Tuesday stream, are we revisiting Alice today, JM? No, unfortunately not. That's kind of the problem with doing content and streaming. It's like very often you don't end up revisiting because the endless wheels of progress and content work like that. So it's more likely we're going to try something else and not revisit that thing unless we think it's worth a video and go back to it. But I do think the Alice deck was really cool. Mind you, last week we had some really good streams. Like genuinely, we had pretty good streams. They're not always the best. Those were notably pretty good streams, if you ask me. I won't lie to you, I promise. And one of the things that we played is we played Anacom Anarch. And we put Banhar in the deck, and I'm surprised our first iteration didn't have Banhar because Banhar works really well with Anacom. And we probably should have just been sending it more. I realized we should have been like reviewing the footage. We should have just been so much more aggressive because at the end of the day, we have so much recursion with three what's it called? It's basically like just trash, don't care, Anarch. We have 3 labor rights. We could have also considered playing an Ashen Epilogue, but we could have just been sending it all the time and been aggro. Like run archives, trash 2 cards, draw with Anacom, draw with Steelskin, make them trash a card, and just send it. It was like kind of really fun. So I would revisit it at some point, but it's probably not for a bit. We'll see. I've picked up 4 new players over the course of these last 2 weeks in the Honolulu meta. So the SG meta is what I'm dealing with a lot right now. Oh, very cool. David, do you know how folks are getting into Netrunner? Like, what is the most common way that people find themselves into the game? Because these discussions have come up before. I'm pretty sure people get into Netrunner not through other card games, but generally through board games. And I'm pretty sure the leading contributor to Netrunner modernly is Shut Up and Sit Down. But I'd be interested. Been doing good. Just got back from a 5-day backpacking trip. Yo, Santa, that sounds pretty good. Welcome back. Hopefully enjoying sitting down for a bit. Age of Clankomatics, my IRL group died, much sadness. Sorry to hear that. Clank, if you're not on green level clearance, there's a lot of ways to check online if there are other local scenes and stuff to travel to. It's a bit of a bummer. There's a lot of online play if you enjoy online play. A lot of people really like online play, and there's going to be more organized online play next year in the Plans from Null Signal games. But it's like, if your local scene is dead, depending on how big the place you are, it's actually takes a bit of legwork, but I highly recommend maybe going out to a game store and just putting up a little poster if they'll have you to be like, hey, I play Netrunner, you send an email or make a Discord group and something like that. And that's the sort of thing that I promise you there's other people generally in your circumstance that feel like there's no one else to play with, and they just need to kind of like, the signals need to cross. Another easy way is to get on green level clearance and be like, anybody in, insert, you know, city here or whatever. I had to reboot my local after 2020. It can be done. Exactly. That's the idea. Droids is saying it there. It's definitely a bit of work, but it's the sort of thing where I genuinely believe if you build it, they will come, because there's so many people who want to play Netrunner that can't, that are in the same situation. It's like pretty commonly, anytime you see a Reddit thread where someone's like, let's talk about a good card game, and someone says, Netrunner's great, and then someone's like, I wish it wasn't dead, and then someone says, No Signal Games is doing a great job, it's not dead, and someone says, my local group is dead. It's like, it's the same conversation constantly. Accessing a French force connection and getting a game loss because I did not know what it did from R&D. Actually, for real? You're just like, oh, ça va, c'est cool. That's really sorry to hear that. Isn't there some rule about all products having French on them in Quebec? Like the rules have to do both or something? I don't think so. So I'm not 100% sure. So Lucas, firstly, how's it going? Hopefully you have a good weekend this weekend, huh? There are definitely language rules in Quebec. They've been stricter. From my understanding now, if you immigrate to Quebec, you have like 6 months to learn the language and you have to prove it, which is not the case when I came to this lovely province. That seems to be a problem. So a lot of people who are coming here for school, just like I did, now can't just come here for school. I came from Ontario because they have to, again, prove that they know the language in 6 months. And learning a language in 6 months is also like not easy. Like that's not a thing everyone can do, let alone afford the time to do. So it's getting stricter. In terms of language, when you buy a product, generally it comes in 2 languages, English and French. That's a standard. But say when I buy something like, I don't know, I have a copy of Daybreak over there, Freelancers. Sometimes you have like a French insert, a French rule book sometimes, but honestly, most of them are 100% in English. Like, check this out. This is from Montreal. Scorpion Mesquite is in Laval, so they're like 40 minutes away from here. They're just across the water, and this is entirely in English. You can buy French copies, they're on the shelves, but board games generally are not in 2 languages. Every single thing here is English. So they do English releases, they do French releases. The most common that you actually see multi-language releases on board games, at least, is usually European imports. So things like Heat or stuff like that. They'll be like, oh, this hat comes with multiple languages because it's easy to distribute in the EU like that. I think. I don't know the rules, but board games actually are not that language difficult. We'll see, but I don't know. I'm pretty sure NSG sells the cards in French. They must. They must. That's all of Canada. It has to have both languages. Yeah, that's all of Canada. Where like if you go to the grocery store, everything is in 2 languages. I don't have a product here to show that, but just about everything has 2 languages here. But for what it's worth, it's like the 2 language rule. There's only 1 province in all of Canada that's actually officially bilingual. It's New Brunswick. Everybody else is just doing it. English Canada does it, like, I don't know, because it's nice enough. Ottawa's pretty bilingual when you come to Ontario, which is more of an English-speaking province by a majority. Quebec is the like biggest French-speaking province. But technically, the only officially bilingual province, from my understanding, is New Brunswick, which is not a particularly big place. Everyone else does it because it's kind of nice, I guess. I wonder if there were any colloquial drifts of those cards too. Quebecois French is not strictly the same as European French, as a couple German companies found out in Vermont in the 90s. Yeah, Quebecois French is like... I learned French growing up in school. It's a thing you have to do in Canada. They changed the rules a bit, but when I grew up, you learned French from grade 1 till grade 9. After grade 9, you can opt out for the last 3 years of high school. I did opt out because the French program there wasn't particularly good. But for someone who took 9 years of French, and then I ended up going to university in Montreal. So I drove 6 hours, not that far, to a different province. And then I set up there in dorm, and I'm going to a university. The first time I heard Quebecois French, I couldn't understand a damn word. And not only do they use different words, because there's not only different slang, but they actually use like, it's a different type of French. The accent, could not understand it, never heard it before. And it's just so bizarre that when you were in school, literally you could be in Ottawa, you could be an hour away from the French border, from the Quebecois border, excuse me. They're teaching you a French that is closer to Parisian French. Like if I go to Paris and I have to speak French, my French is better, my comprehension is better, my speaking is better. If I go to Quebec where I live, it's worse. And it's because the English school system taught me European French for some damn reason. It is the worst. I'm so upset about it. Pentium, how's it going? Sophie, back on the Tuesday lunch break. Netrunner, welcome back. I hear maybe you're starting a new job. How's it been? Or is it soon? I'm really excited. That's fantastic. I show up at the local game stores on Monday and run demos. There's a post on the store's calendar and we have a flyer on the front door. For me, it's a lot of sweat equity for building a scene. Yeah, sweat equity is a big part of it. Like, I don't want to undersell its work, but that's a really big thing. Yeah, there's effort that gets put in to make these things happen. I got into Netrunner because I would play any non-TCG MTG style game and they were a local scene for Netrunner. Helps that it's a great game. It's a really good game. And Clank, again, I think there's a lot of folks like you who just kind of need an excuse or someone else to help them. I'll hook a lot of people with, hey, have you ever heard of Netrunner? And can I interest you with about a free game? Be guilty, I can't to Netrunner through SUCD. Kevs, how's it going? You're not alone. Phil, how you doing? Chris says the laws are generally about advertising. No, I think it's not only advertising. Yeah, I guess it's advertising is a way to talk about it. Like store signs were a thing. Menuing was a thing at like restaurants. The menu has to be accessible in 2 languages, or at least the menu has to be in French. Certain game stores, this was like many years ago, but a local game store that we used to play Netrunner in came up in the news because they got in trouble for some sort of geek language law, Montreal, because there are language police in Montreal or in Quebec, right? This came up in 2015. In 2015, we were playing a Chez Geek. This is Giancarlo, who had Chez Geek. Chez Geek still exists. They do a lot of Flesh and Blood now. The original Chez Geek store, I think, burnt down, or arguably the store above it burnt down, so they flooded. They were okay. They moved somewhere else, but they were cited in this whole Bill 101 thing. The latest business to receive a letter from Quebec's language watchdog says it's nearly impossible for it to comply to the stringent language laws encapsulated by the province's Bill 101. Chez Geek has been selling board games on Saint-Denis Street in Montreal for over 4 years. In that time, co-owner Giancarlo says he's received 3 letters from the Office Québécois de langue française, the OQLF, about different facets of his business activities, namely using English-only advertising, serving clients in English, and having an English-only website. Yeah, that is going to be a problem for you, I'm pretty sure. I also reckon that's just not a good business idea, but I don't know. In his defense, Giancarlo told CBC Home Run host Sue Smith on Friday that many of the games he carries are produced in countries outside of Canada. And that's the thing, is like a lot of these games don't have French packaging and won't have French packaging. You'll see this thing, and I mentioned this earlier, you'll have a board game, and then they'll put on a separate, like with shrink wrap, and then they'll put a French back on it on a separate sheet of paper, and then wrap it again. So it looks like it has a French back, but it is a disposable back. That is a thing people do. I don't know too much about it, but this stuff has come up. It's a big thing on advertising. Best Buy, mind you, in Quebec is not Best Buy. It's a Le Best Buy. And you have to do that. Like, they have to change it. I don't know if this was a joke or not. I'm pretty sure it's not a joke. But Le Best Buy is Best Buy, and they had to make a distinction to their signing in Quebec, because technically it's English signage. They had to make it French signage by adding Le. I think that's real. Le Best Buy, yeah. It's great. I get it. And I honestly think, yeah, there needs to be some protection for language. Some of it gets really silly. Language cops, it gets weird, but le meilleur achat, exactement, ouais. Pink, I'm doing well. We're right before a busy weekend running a tournament. How you been? It's been a minute, I feel like. Hey, Rona, during the last CO, we legit handed out flyers about Netrunner. Also, hi, everyone. Oh, Rona, that's something I probably should be doing. Especially at a CO, right? Like if you're running a GNK, or what are they called now? I forget what the COs are now called. I haven't memorized it yet. It's been a while since I looked at the document. But being able to give someone something that says like, oh, this is, you know, what do you call it in this sort of thing I do? Your, what's the thing that you put at the end of the video? Your call to action? Your call to action is meant to be like, hey, we have a Discord. Like, give them something, right? It's easier for that. I grew up watching Quebecois Saturday morning cartoons and took 4 semesters of French in college, and I don't think I could get fluency in 6 months. No, it's really hard. It's for 6 months is not a lot of time. Yeah, good afternoon, Matt Gibbs. Hey, Andre. Hey, how's it going? Welcome. Thanks for dropping by. Solomir bought a big Netrunner banner for previous nationals, and we put it up at every event so people can see. I'm pretty sure L'Abyss, one of the game stores, still has a Netrunner poster for a CO that happened like months ago, or maybe a year ago actually now, which that's not good, but at least it shows people that there's like a website you can go to. Jay, welcome. How's it going? Augustus as well. Folks are showing up. BC is like, what's French? I imagine there's not a lot of French on the West Coast. Ken, I want to say Manitoba is also bilingual, especially with the Métis. Ken, are you from Manitoba? I think officially they're not, but I think a lot of places are and have a lot of French presence. Like, I think there's huge pockets of also the prairies that have a high French population due to historical reasons. But I think officially there's only one bilingual province. And that's like a distinction strictly on like legal terms. Hey, Jennifer, how's it going? Yeah, New Brunswick is Canada's only official bilingual province. If you don't know what New Brunswick is, it's one of the East Coast ones. It's one of the ones that has water and fish. It's on top of Maine. It's like as far east as you can go before you start hitting islands like Nova Scotia and Newfoundland and PEI. We're here in Montreal. I've never been to the East Coast. I really should get that sorted out. It sounds like a lovely place. But yeah, Technically, all of Canada is not bilingual, just people trying to get along enough. Super Canada. 6 hours, like multiple countries away in a lot of places in the world, to be fair. Nora, totally fair. You're right. Like 6 hours, I can go from like, I don't know, if I drive really fast from Slovenia to Sweden. Maybe. No, that's way too far, actually. But like, why are they teaching me French? The closest French-speaking nation is 6 hours away and they speak a different French. Like, I'm learning French in Canada, so maybe I can get a job in government. Or, you know, it's like, you're not teaching French so people can go to France across the country. They're teaching, like, you know what I mean? Like, you're not wrong, but come on. It's so silly. I love going to the Quebecois subreddit to just read their nonsense slang. That is actually one of my favorite things that I haven't realized that is my French is not very good. Specifically, over the last couple of years, has gotten even worse because of like COVID and stuff, like work from home. So I haven't been in situations surrounded by other people speaking French. When I used to work in video games, the company I worked for was bilingual, but technically English was mandatory. French was an asset. But a lot of people would talk to each other in French. So I'd constantly hear French. And a really cool thing about Montreal or Quebec in general is you could go to conversations where somebody talks to me in French and I talk back in English, and it's not weird. Everyone's just like, I can fully understand you, but I'm more comfortable expressing myself elegantly, quickly, accurately in this language. And so you'll just have a conversation in 2 different languages and everyone's cool with it. But what I really appreciate on things like r/Montreal on Reddit is that halfway through sentences, people will change language. And that is something that's not uncommon in Montreal, in a place that is so bilingual. I did video work for a TV series, a documentary series, and one of their episodes, it went up on French television here in Quebec, was about this sort of study that this is uniquely one city where people will change language mid-sentence without thinking about it. Like, it's not a thing they do on purpose. It'll just be like, oh, I feel like the way of expressing this is better in English, or the slang is better in English, and so their sentence will just flip. Like, it's not uncommon to hear 2 languages in a single sentence, which is a very uniquely Montreal thing. Specifically Montreal, because Montreal is probably the most English or English-French split out of all of Quebec, citation needed. It's very, very neat. But yeah, I was always so surprised by reading r/Montreal because the languages will just swap. And I realized, wait, I can still understand this, which is cool for someone who doesn't read a lot of French. I could almost go through all of France from here in 6 hours, and I'm not even in France. I had the opposite experience. I struggled hard studying French in college until we were watching a movie and the Quebecois character appeared and I understood everything she was saying. Oh, that's totally the opposite. So if you same with learning Spain Spanish instead of Mexican Spanish in America, vosotros my enemies. Yeah, that's probably a very good example. Yeah, doesn't seem like a good idea, does it? They teach me a language that didn't work with my own classmates. Why did they teach me a language? Yeah, exactly. Listen, ShadowNet, Canadian Politics Corner has some competition now. I'm like not attached to Canadian politics. Last time I was on the ShadowNet, they asked me about Canadian politics and I don't know. And my uninvestment in Canadian politics is actually largely, to some extent, a language issue because I don't feel like a Quebecois. I've lived here for like 14 years, but maybe more actually, I'd have to do the math, but I don't speak the language, so I don't feel like I have a say in the affairs. So I unfortunately just check out. It's really bad and it's not a healthy thing, but I just feel like this is not my place. This is not my say. And so I just don't participate, which is like, again, probably a really bad spiral that will never get fixed unless I really learn French. Got to wrangle Eric to make one of those. It's been a while. I'm good. Like to check on Netrunner scene every so often. Oh, Pink, good to hear that you're doing well. We also did flyers during the last San Francisco CO. Yeah, hell yeah. Milanomi, how's it going? You excited for Worlds? I should learn Chinese Netrunner. Get in touch with the Hong Kong scene. Is there a big Hong Kong scene, Jai? It's mostly Mandarin and Farsi as their secondary language, especially in Greater Vancouver. Oh, on the West Coast, yeah, makes sense. Saint Boniface in Winnipeg is the biggest French community west of Quebec. Oh, cool, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I know there's big pockets of like specific cultures across, like, I think Ukrainians have a huge population in the prairies. I know there's a big, yeah, Saint Boniface makes sense in Winnipeg. Stab just said fish. I don't know why. This weekend, if you are near Montreal, go to NANPC if you can, of course. If you aren't near Montreal, thank you, droids. I'd love to visit Canada. Seems less scary than visiting cities in the US with language switching. Sounds like India with language switching. It's cool. It's really, really cool. It's generally very interesting. I'm going to learn every language and just switch every single word to mess with people. Yeah, no one could talk with you. And how's it going? Filipinos go between Tagalog and English fairly frequently. Oh, cool. Yeah. Yeah, there must be other places where that makes some amount of sense. That could easily be one of them. Koga, how's it going? It's going well. We are organizing an event this weekend, so we've been pretty busy on that. Mind you, we got some gameplay up. We have our first round of Canadian Nationals just up yesterday. We have a couple more videos coming up. Mind you, it starts in the lower, this is the quarterfinals, the lower tables. So there's not that many more games to come up, but if you want to check that out, they just went up yesterday. I think it turned out pretty well. Shout out to Neon Static, Eric's Hayden, who joined us for that. And so I think the next one will be up on the weekend, and then probably the next one from that on Monday, and then from that we'll go. But like, we'll get them out within a week, I think. So it'll be fast. Huge Ukrainian population in Alberta. Yeah. St. B in Winnipeg is basically a whole other world. Signs are exclusively French. Arrête! One of the most lovely things about living in Honolulu is to regularly hear and see about 5 languages a day. English, Pidgin, Olelo, Hawaii, Japanese, and Korean. Cool. I think it's like, I don't know if it's the same sort of vibe, but for my participation in like watching New Zealand stuff too, where like there's other languages that get inserted relatively consistently, especially in greetings and stuff like that, which I think is culturally pretty cool, as much as that might be a cultural struggle. Saluton. Z, how's it going? Good luck with event prep, Andre. Cody, thank you. Appreciate it. We def sprinkled a couple of Irish words, but most people are not fluent here. Oh, for real. Kia ora, yeah, that's the big one. Good comms on the game. Shame it ended the way it did. I don't think it was a shame. So like the ending of that other game is like, it was technically a rules mistake, but the rules mistake worked in a way that the player who could have benefited for the rules mistake respected the rules mistake, if you know what I mean. Like, I don't want to spoil the ending, but there was a misunderstanding how a card worked, but it turned out not to matter. But had there been an understanding of how the card worked, the player who ended up winning would have won anyways. So it's hard to explain without spoiling the ending a bit, but it turns out it became weird, but it was fine. So I didn't feel that bad about it. I don't feel like it takes a lot of time to edit videos and do commentary and all that sort of stuff. Like, it takes a lot of work to make this stuff happen. And at the end, if it's just like, that's not a great ending, I often, unless it's a really high stakes game, might not edit the game. But I thought this one was worth editing. I thought it was a really cool game in terms of like, it feels really 2015. Okay. What are we going to do today? So a couple things we want to do. We want to do another deck build. It's a Tuesday. We're going to try something. Classically, Harmonics. I want to try some Harmonics. Shout out to Ace Empress, right? Oh, Harmon B, excuse me. Harmon B has this posted deck. The Girls Wins deck. We played this last Tuesday. It's such a cool deck. Not only for what the deck is, not only for Shaper just getting away with whatever they want to, but also like the gender expression angle on this deck and this write-up is just generally very, very, very cool. So shout out to Harmon B. Another thing that showed up, mind you, at this event too, and I think was just posted, is the Lay Your Heart Into My Perfect Machine Ace Empresses Thunderbolt deck. And Ace has been playing Thunderbolt, I think, at like every UK event recently, and the deck did okay. It won a game, importantly, in the top cut. Otherwise, I think it went 1-2 in Swiss. I ended up playing against her on recording some gameplay that isn't up in a video just yet, and the deck has some interesting lines. Specifically, it's playing some sort of Harmonics, and I think Bloop is a relatively cool card right now. I think the core damage subroutine is like whatever. This subroutine's pretty good against most people, and it's a 5-strength sentry you res for 3, and then your other Harmonics do stuff. Now, notably, this is not Harmonics deck. It's a Thunderbolt deck, and I've enjoyed Thunderbolt a bit more than I thought I would. I don't think it's great. I don't think it's healthy for the game, but sometimes I do want to be that sort of like grinning little imp who's resing their Boltu that does like a bunch of damage and you can't get through it. Like, that seems kind of fun. So I just want to see what Harmonics look like. Now, we're going to have a bit of a little, what's it called? A little waiver, a little disclaimer here at the top of the stream. It's currently 12:55 in the afternoon. There's a big chance by 2:55, so in 2 hours from now, I'll be pretty upset about the decisions we made. And I'll think, why did I do this? Why are we playing Harmonics in 2024? You should have known better. Now, that little gremlin who lives inside Andre, who knows better, who knows about the future and understands that future Andre will feel differently after the trials and tribulations we will face. We're just gonna let that guy be a bit quiet right now, and we're gonna take the ride together. I'm guessing that Harmonics are gonna feel like butt. Now, I'm not gonna let that, paint the picture that we're drawing. We're gonna use all the colors we have, and we're gonna make a pretty happy cloud and a tree and all that. But I'm pretty sure it's gonna feel bad. But we're not gonna. We're gonna in 2 hours we'll check in with ours and see how we feel about that. Oh, this is great. Yeah, Jeff, it's a thing. You need to be obvious to yourself. Like, I think it's good that we don't disparage things. And not that that deck needs to be disparaged. I think that deck is all right. I think it can do some cool stuff. But more so, I don't think Harmonics are going to work out. But that means we're still going to put in the legwork, and we're still going to try. And we'll see in 2 hours how we feel about that. I should preamble all my streams with a disavowal of how tilted I get. The more you do it, Jeff, the more you get to know about yourself. And you're like, I'm pretty sure this is going to be bad for me. Let's find out together. Ganked into tier washes away all losses and bad feels. Cody, I don't like it. Like, I don't want to play ganked. I don't like ganked people. I am now a ganked. I've turned the corner on ganked. It was fun when you could do infinite combos and then make people upset about the rules team. That was a bad way of phrasing that. Upset about the rules. The rules team is lovely. But like when you could do a cool weird thing with it, it was cool. Now it's just like, okay, I lose to ice. Like, I don't like losing to ice, but we'll still do it. I honestly don't think we're gonna be playing Thunderbolt. If we're gonna be playing Harmonics, we probably have to play something a bit faster. But we'll see. We might play a Thunderbolt. We'll put a deck together and see how it turns out. So we'll see. But I don't know. I'm kind of Gank can go kick rocks. Yeah, I honestly would be happy if Ganked wasn't in the game. We'll see. Then I was like, maybe Thunderbolt ain't it. I had a game against Ace Empress where I face checked a Cloud Eater and didn't die. The game that I played on stream, not on stream, on recording against Ace, it was a lovely game. I was playing this deck, and originally this deck was only on Mimic, and it has Turbine. I don't have a copy of Ice Carver into this, and I understood that I could not break a 6 strength bloop, because bloop is 6 strength if I'm not mistaken after the Thunderbolt res, because it's 5 to 6. So I just have no way to break it. And so I'm pretty sure that she pulled with a wave, she pulled a bloop when rezzing a wave, and I missed it in the chat log. I thought she took a tithe because of other complications. And then I was just like, well, I have no way of dealing with the, what's it called? With the silly bloop. So I'm just going to run into it, lose my breakers, and try and come back with the labor rates. And that's what happened. That's exactly what happened. I ran R&D. Now, I think, just to be like transparent, one of my big problems with, what's it called? With these sort of ganks and harmonic lists, and even, you know, one of the big problems is the, which I don't think we're going to play. Maybe we have to play it. The Stegodon, is that a lot of times when like the bloop is on the table, there's this weird suffocation that the HB card pool, especially these sort of ice, kind of causes on runners that is not very obvious unless the runner falls into it, decides to do it, or you ask them about it later. So I understood that bloop, I couldn't break bloop. I could have break bloop eventually, but with Thunderbolt, the bloop is 6 strength, and my rig could not break 6 strength bloop. So as soon as I started running R&D and a bloop was rezzed on R&D, I literally could not run any other server. And this is sometimes the Stegodon issue, where like Stegodon is about rezzing ice or derezzing ice, excuse me, on another server, is that it forces the runner into these really, I would say, stagnant play patterns, where my understanding was like, now if I run a different server, this not only can this bloop be derezzed, but another 6 strength bloop will show up. So my only win condition is just hammer R&D and hope that works. And it turns out I think hammering R&D against a deck with 11 agendas is like a winning strategy. But at the end of the day, with things like Stegodon and Harmonics, like you end up forcing the runner into play patterns in which they don't want to run other things because of the derez of Thunderbolt, sort of. That's a niche interaction because it's Thunderbolt and Harmonics. But when it comes to Stegodon, like you should just tunnel one server, because the more you tunnel another server, the more they can derez stuff, and then obviously it becomes a problem. It's kind of ugly. It's really, really ugly. Cybersand, I doubt it. Maybe we can maybe be convinced. It's hard to make Cybersand good. It's like calling your shot. Safer has a gun. I think ganked is more fun now that it is more fair. I don't think the unfairness of the infinite loop of ganked is the unfair part of it. Like ganked into an on-cell or drafter back in the day, that was super unfair because you lost the game on the spot. On-cell, you almost lost the game on the spot. Drafter was just really, really annoying. But the fact that like Pinel into ganked is cursed as long as the ice is res, the fact that gank costs nothing, like there's a lot of things that like running HQ for fun. It's like the same sort of thing of Sisyphus. The only safe way to do this is just have more money. And that does not a more exciting game make, right? Like if I run HQ and be like, oh, you have an Anansi on HQ. So I have to break the Anansi and then expect to have to break the Anansi twice when I hit a ganked on HQ, right? Like that's a 0 cost trap that costs me an Anansi worth of credits. It's just not fun, I don't think. Like I don't like it. I don't think it's interesting. Heaven forbid Saisentan. So we'll see. Ganked is ranked. Yeah, it's a feel bad card. I don't think I like it that much. Greasing the Bomb is so good. I really like that card, 3x and HB. I think 3x is likely to end up in the deck that we're playing because Harmonics wants to install a lot of cards and you need a lot of money. I think Tranquility Home Grid is also kind of a bit of a tension because it is like not even quietly, to some people quietly, but it's like the strongest HB econ card. But at the end of the day, if you play that, you can't play the other like grids that I think Derez Ice kind of want. So let's talk about our options. We can play Thunderbolt. Out of the whole Harmonic set, there's only one ice that is AP or Destroyer that is our Harmonic, and that is Bloop, which is really good. Making a 6 strength Bloop is better than 5 strength, it turns out. That's fine. Thule, you can consider it. Sports Medal, if we're running a lot of 1-pointers, that's like technically free money on an identity. That's not to be scoffed at. Strongest HB economy is fully op, don't at me. It is, but it's a bit more narrow, right? Mirror Morph, it seems like, I should probably not hide the ID names. Feels like we'd have to build around it pretty heavily. I don't have an immediate idea for Mirror Morph, so it's the sort of thing that later on in deck building, you'll be like, oh, we could probably fire Mirror Morph a couple times. PD is not a bad choice. The problem is like PD Harmonics versus PD non-Harmonics. Which horse do you want to bet on? Probably not the former. Architects, no. And then Asa Group, which is kind of okay. Because if we push horizontal, we can make more problems. And we actually saw when Stegodon came out, there was a lot of Asa Stegodon decks for a bit. One of them, a shout out to Paul who took top 8 at CanNats just a year ago. But that deck was a thing. It's definitely a thing. So, yeah, we have a warm reception. That's true. We have a Derez card. Yeah, let's try it. I haven't seen anybody Derez Ice with a warm reception. That's a fine idea. Harmonics or Thunderbolt? It's definitely Harmonics, Joe. How's it going, by the way? I don't think we're going to Thunderbolt because Harmonics Thunderbolt has like only a niche overlap. As much as that doesn't mean it's not worth pursuing, but I want to see like what we can do. Another card that's actually kind of, I think, underplayed, but it's hard to make it super, super relevant is Pulse. I think Pulse's ability is just kind of good. Whenever you res this ice, the runner loses a click is a strong subroutine. And we've seen a lot of other strong cards that are not seeing active play, pun intended, that I think one day will be very, very good cards. I think active policing is very potentially powerful. The idea, though, is like what you want to do with this is kind of, you have to build your deck around it slightly. Like we're not seeing people playing tempo active policing often. But the idea is that they stolen or trash something, which with an Asa group that can happen somewhat consistently. We install something and they have 2 fewer clicks. Now, if we're on game point, 2 fewer clicks, and then we have an Ikoa, like it's really hard to steal the Ikoa that turn because you have to basically run now immediately or they're going to be a problem. Obviously, we have Mana Garm and other things that interact with it, border control, defensive upgrades. But the issue is that like it is a terminal card. So if you're going to play active policing to install your Ikoa on the table, how are you scoring it out next turn? Because you just installed it and that's it. And I think the only way that this makes any sense to me is like if you play Holloman, you can score out a 5-3. So like install Holloman, active policing a 5-3 is a really hard turn because they have 1 click, or sorry, they have 2 clicks to either trash the Holloman, which if you have multiple Holloman on the table, which is not uncommon in some Asa group decks, that's really good for you. Or they have 1 click to steal the Ikoa, which is very, very difficult. Why active over Riot? Because Riot Suppression gives your opponent choices. We have to functionally build a deck that cares about core damage, and that is a very small subsection of HB decks. If that's the case, right, like we can't, there's a huge cost of putting this in your deck. Active policing, like its text is just actively good on most turns if you're just playing like mid-range HB, right? Maybe not the best card in your hand, but everything it does is good. But for Riot Suppression to be good, we need the core damage to matter, and it's hard to make core damage matter without spending a lot of card slots in your deck on it. Late to this, fully out, best Econ 5, sure. Yeah, but like, you don't play that in PD deck. And Thule Pulse is good at force runners to jack out. Yeah, for sure. I can see that. Liked him as Asa so much. You and me both. On that note, we might have a special guest show up on Thursday stream. So this Thursday might be extra fun. Jupestad, nice to see outside of re-education decks. I don't think we're going to play Jupestad. So like Jupestad is another card where like you needed to be part of your win condition. I think there's more things to be explored about Jupestad. Like Jupestad is doing well for what it is. Obviously, it's killing people in Asmari decks is pretty potent. I think there might be some decks where like you care about core damage, you care about Jupestad, you have maybe a bit of fast advance. I think we did a deck list deck dive maybe a year ago in which we played a Jupestad fast advance deck that was just trying to do 1 core damage and then using Jupestad and Elevigao Bifurcation and Ontological, which is a 3-2, just bioting out a lot of agendas and doing more core damage and spinning yourself forward. I think that actually might be an okay deck archetype. I think Claude is not as common as it used to be, and like Jupestad is still a bit expensive to trash. But at the end of the day, Jupestad probably doesn't make a lot of sense with Harmonics because Harmonics don't inherently care about core damage, and Harmonics are hella expensive. Like that's one of the biggest problems with Harmonics, they're hella expensive. So if I'm playing a grid, it's either Tranquility Home Grid because it gives us free card draw and money, which hard to not want that, or maybe we can play Government Subsidy, or we can play Government Brasilia Grid, which allows us to do more Derez stuff. The problem is Derez with Brasilia Government Grid is also expensive, right? Like it just doesn't make any part of that interaction cheaper unless we have other ice cheapeners like Cyber Sand Harvester, or I don't think there's anything that makes ice res cheap. What makes ice cheaper? Jupiter can be good when Tranquility's in the game? I think it could be. Oh, Vovo. Yeah, man. Have you seen this man? Have you seen this man? He has entirely disappeared. The last time I played Vovo is like I was net decking one of Tuno's lists from like right when RWR came out. I haven't seen this man. I love this man. This guy is so cool. He's so fun. He feels so good, but we just haven't seen him. I forgot he was a card. Like I was like, give me my Akatara Watanabe. Oh, we have Vovo. Like what's going on? I disagree. Harmonics are reasonably on par for the cost, and Bloop can be very good, allowing you to reuse a pulse. So I think we're going to be like working into the res derez a bit more, so it's going to be a bit expensive. Rocky has entered the chat. Vovo is so slots are hard? I honestly don't know about that. I could see why Vovo is considered to be slots are hard. Maybe you don't need it. But like so much of the HB game plan right now is forcing them to res their ice as soon as possible. And HB also spins forward so quickly that if they can afford to have a 2-ice remote server and have a modicum of credits to res their upgrade, they can score out. And scoring out for HB is really, really good. Right? Like obviously it's a slots problem. And if you look at PD, it's a 44 card deck. So even more slots problems. But everything that Vovo does abstractly seems pretty good. For what the HB game plan is. Like, what's your click one against HB in most games? It's like face check the remote server. Force them to res. Usually. Heaven forbid they're on 6 credits, then you have to consider playing around at MIC slightly, and MIC just kind of disappeared for some reason. Jinja, Vovo, I'm not playing Jinja. I hear Derez and Vovo bringing out the punchy shark. Oh no, we probably won't go that far. I think Vovo is still pretty good. It's just not the right meta for it. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, all Derez strategies are expensive, though. Your best bet is reflipping a Nico at Regolith for money. Yeah, or maybe we just play War Reception prototype. I don't know. I don't honestly know how we build this. The response came up in an interview with the SBT, the AMA. Like, what is a card that you really don't like, but is not, like, offensive enough to end up on a ban target? And I forget who mentioned Jinja City Grid. I think it might have been Lost Geek. And I think this card is good. I've no shame, mind you, if you play this card. I think it's 100% worth mentioning too on the stream. If we ever say something is bad and then you play that card because you enjoy that card, you don't play competitive, like, don't listen to me is all I'm saying. But when it comes to Jinja City Grid, it's like such a card I don't like. Because it does two things. It makes it like, I'm going to build a Doom remote server as soon as possible. But then also, and I think Lost Geek was very clear on this point. He communicated this well. But not only did I build the Doom server, you and I both know what all the ice is on it. So like the idea of running it is not even that interesting. Because we both know what's going to happen and how much it's going to cost and how bad it is. Right? Like one of the fun things of Netrunner is not knowing if you can make it into the remote server. Like I'm going to run, oh, you res this into this and I can break this and spend this, but it's the worst case. It's a pile of ice and with full information. It is just not fun. And I think it's a good card. I think it's always been a good card. Certain metas better than others. Shout out to Kevin's like really cool Atea deck. We never showed up on this channel. That's doing Jinja Atea because that's a really good combination. But I don't know. Vovo and Alphabet Atea, the way the deck uses Hysop is fun. Yeah, that deck, spooky. That's a good shout out. That's, I think, the last deck I played Vovo, and it's really fun. Jinja's one of my favorite cards that whenever I look at it, I go, dang, this has got to be great and has never, ever been good. The problem with Jinja is you lose on central servers because you put all your ice on there. Or you lose really bad because you don't draw any ice. And that's the other problem with Jinja. Like, the downsides to the balance of this card are just, like, kind of bad feels. I think we saw this at one of the top cuts, and Kannat's Z-Bag was playing a Jinja Sports, and he did well. He made the top cut, but one of the games was half filmed. I think the ending might have been cut off, but what happens is he put a Jinja on a remote server, and he like draws a Spin Doctor, plays like a predictive planogram, and installs no ice on the remote server, which lets you know that he didn't draw any ice. So what do you think his hand is on turn 2? It's like all the agendas, and that game doesn't work out for him that well. So it's like, it's the worst of 3 different worlds. I don't know. Yeah, there you go. There's Chris. Brought Jinja Vovo Sports to Cans. Did fine. Yeah, I believe it. I watched the finals, though. One of the finals games. And it was like, when it doesn't work, you know why it's failing and it's rough. That was a tough one. Yeah. Yeah, it happens. It happens. It's not your fault, right? On principle, Vovo seems good, but I find that the games that the runners are forcing rezzes and face checking everywhere are the games you're winning anyways. I struggle sometimes, Jive, when it's like a Banhar comes down and like Essa gets pressure and then I have to res like 3 ice quickly to keep somebody out of a server, but I hear you. A lot of times people play very cagey around drafter face checks and a lot of ice goes unrezzed. Yeah, maybe there's a bit more respect on that now. But I feel like if it's a Banhar matchup, I need to res a lot of stuff. I just don't think Banhar matchup is like the majority of matchups anymore. It's so bad if I read the card and yo, I'm going to have 10 ice. You generally don't need more than 4, but I hear you. Try to keep its use to early game to discourage runners for the first few turns while I spin up to actually good servers and fast events and ob. I don't think I've seen it in up. I'd like to try ginger and egg infusion. It's not bad. The other regions in egg are really good though. Ginger dates back to cards like Celebrity Gift. No. Ginger's a guitar cycle card. Celebrity Gift is like from the first cycle, if I'm not mistaken. Like this is 2017. Celebrity Gift is like 2013 maybe? Oh, you won't see it here. I'm not sure I follow Dojin. I low-key missed Ginger Next design, not gonna lie, but just because I got my first tournament win with it. That's usually it. Gotta go. Some crimes like worked to my client's HQ and took off with the actual physical server. Apparently they left a monitor though, so that's nice. Phil, good luck. Damn. The main issue I found with Fovo is trash cost. It gets insta-trashed. Yeah, maybe. People don't trash Tranquility home grids, do they? They should. If they can afford it, they will. But it's difficult. I feel like a lot of times in the early game of HB, I want to put my Tranquility home grid in their mode server and ice it, and then see how the opponent interacts with it, and then they pinhole it, and whether or not they trash it, or if they face check and you don't have to res the ice because they can't really afford to trash it for 4, and then I'll push my Rashida. I don't think it's always correct, but I'm feeling like often if I have a Rashida in hand and a Tranquility in hand, I'd rather push the Trank first. Because if the Rashida gets pinholed or like tricked, it's a really bad opener. And if you have a Tranquility, it's more likely you can afford 2 ice. HB Dawn ID, you can stack regions in the same remote. You heard it here first. It's just that easy. It would get pretty gross, I think. Okay. What are the harmonics? There's like 4 of them? Ginger's balanced also in the sense it's like op or wave. It filters things out that are not agendas. I'm not sure what that means. I'm not complaining whether it's balanced or not. I'm complaining that I think the design behind it is like kind of uninteresting. What is it not? It is, okay. Ship it with Johnny 2 consoles. Johnny 2 consoles, a staple of homemade Netrunner sets. Alright, Bloop seems okay. Who breaks Bloop well? It's 4 credits and 3 bullets for the revolver. I think that's probably the worst case scenario, revolver. Right now, the meta has some extent is focusing on breaking archers in a way that makes sense. So Bloop doesn't seem like an amazing starting spot, but that's okay. That's something. And they have to break it over and over again. It's relatively cheap. It's easier to res than archer. We can hope, as much as that's maybe not the case. Do you splash 1 Bloop in your archer deck and get it with Eminent Domain? Probably not. But that's kind of neat. Puts a couple in there. Trank Sansan combo would be gaming. We're going so fast. Echo. This is also probably getting better than it looks. So this is 0 strength and it gets a bunch of end to run subroutines. And that scales up. So when the fractor of choice is a cleaver, it's not very good. Now cleaver is a bit worse than we thought it would be. It's like, sorry, cleaver is less common than we thought it would be at this point in time. There are people playing other fractors. I still think cleaver is a bit messed up, but like other fractors are seeing more time and more play than ever. Propeller is its strength. So Propeller actually breaks Echo forever cheaply, which is not very good. If you were to break this with Pressure Spike, it's also not particularly anything because you just pay per subroutine, which gets annoying. And then Crew Repair also pays per subroutine, which is not pretty great. It's also 0 strength, so you can get it through Amakua. Now, you're going to need a lot of subroutines for the Echo to feel really good, and at some point it will, and then Crew Repair might bypass it. And notably also, Echo is really garbage because it does nothing against Hush. It loses all subroutines against Hush because the subroutine abilities are attached to non-subroutine text in a weird Ouroboros kind of thing. So Echo is like easily one of the reasons why you want to consider Harmonics, but it's just not good. And I'm totally fine with that idea. It just doesn't seem good on many angles. Echo not taxing propeller counters is kind of sad. Yeah, the one thing you'd hope it does, it doesn't do. Just rhyme your echoes. That doesn't even change anything, right? What's the strength on propeller? Like, that does nothing. Wait, that literally does nothing, right? Oh, they have to spend 1 power counter. Okay, no, it does something. I forgot this was 0 strength. Playing Crim again reminded me what it like actually paying for ice was like. Pain? Yeah, criminal breakers are expensive. That's like what a really bad thing about criminal right now is like you have to decide where to run very intelligently because breaking stuff is expensive. Pulse. I think Pulse is okay. It's a bit expensive. Losing a click, we have to make that matter. It's a card that we benefit from rezzing and re-rezzing. It is a bit expensive though, but we're just going to try the Harmonics and see how it goes. We also have Wave. Wave is pretty cool. It's an ice that they don't have to break, but if they're not breaking, we're happy. And it's also really cool because it allows us to grab more harmonic ice, which inherently is exactly what we want. Our harmonics require other harmonics generally to be good, both for scaling and because that's how they work. Be wild sticking Isaac to boost your echo and then get confused between investments and power counters. Oh my god, yeah, you can. Blue as a 3 of, like, actually might be worth considering because it gives us to res or derez. That's kind of fun. However, it's a really bad card to have in your opening hand, I imagine, when you want to push into a remote server. So we'll see what else we want to do with that. What else do we want for ice? Is there any other ice that inherently like cares about res or derez that gets more powerful? Ablative Barrier, maybe. However, Ablative Barrier is kind of rough when we have this many like low cost face check barriers we res for 2. That's not particularly good. We'll put in 1 for a bookmark. Brawn is good. Drafter is just a good card, turns out. Notice how all the cards that people are suggesting besides Carl are just going to like end up being better than all the ice in our deck. Like, it turns out Gatekeeper is really good because it draws cards, and that's really good. Like, should we play Gatekeeper? Yes. Ping. Ping is kind of annoying. Gatekeeper is really good for res or derez. I totally forgot about that. Yeah, that's wild. It's like, it's funny. Gatekeeper is just better than Pulse in our deck currently, our deck having nothing in it, right? Like, having a 6 strength code gate that we can res and derez is just better than everything else. Magnet, I think Magnet's not bad. I don't think I'm reaching for Magnet right now in the modern, like in the meta I'm experiencing in my head. But I think Magnets should be considered for sure. I do think you can't really play HB without Drafter or Gatekeeper right now. I don't know. Did this deck run 1 Drafter, 2 Gatekeeper? But we have other interesting ways to make ice cool. Stavka. Oh yeah, I forgot Stavka. Stavka is so good. Stavka is the reason why I like to play Thunderbolt. And I'm so surprised also decks like this are not running 3x Stavka. Where is the deck? Did I close it? Did I close it? Yeah, I did for some reason. Like, Stavka is just absurd in Thunderbolt. When you res it, it becomes an 8 strength sentry with a soft enderun. Like, what? It's so goofy. That's really, really, really funny to me. But it is a very good derez target. Now, this means that we have so much ice that has a bunch of like really, I wouldn't say situational, but trash installed program subroutines are not all you want in a deck. There's obviously some balance you can have between trash program subroutines and then like hard end the runs. But Stavka is really good for sure. If you had a kill package Anemone is a funky design. Yeah, Anemone was also suggested. I don't like Anemone. I think Anemone is a lot of well, it's not that much influence, but it's a bit of work unless you actually care about the damage. It's hard to make Anemone's 2 net damage value damage feel worth it. Otherwise, Afrun. Afrun also doesn't do anything. Afrun is just a border control that you pay less influence for, and it's bad on most other board states. Where like the beauty of Afrun is that you can res it when you encounter an ice in op by like purging. However, it is not good. Wait, whenever you res this ice during a run against a server, you may trash 1 card from HQ. If you do choose an installed runner card, the card's abilities cannot break subroutines for the remainder of the run. Wait a second. So, I'm convinced, and I'm not sure this works. Say that you're playing op, right? You're hanging out, you're playing op, and you have a rezzed archer. Heaven forbid, whatever. You have a rezzed archer, and the runner is approaching the archer or encountering the archer. When they're approaching the archer, you can obviously res them a virus, or if you have already res them a virus, and then when they're approaching the archer, African go kick rocks, you can purge them a virus, use them a virus to go get Afrun, put Afrun on the same server, and then when this is res, you can discard a card, and then they can't break the archer. Now, when they're approaching the ice, they've already passed the jack out window, right? Because they jack out before the approach. Which means you can just, like, that's the idea, sorry. But it's on approach. But on approach, they can't jack out. You jack out between approach and pass, right? It's like I didn't do a video about this a long time ago. Yeah, okay, that works. That works, that's fine. Anyways, I don't think it works that great unless you're playing op. And in op, it's really, really disgusting. Stavka Offering is a classic for op decks. It is. It definitely is. You're seeing less and less of it, though. Yeah. Movement phase happens between the next approach. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, it's gross. I'm so surprised we don't see more of that. Where it's like, we're playing Archer op. Here's a virus. Get Afrund. All right. There's no value of derezzing this. That's for sure. What else is worth derezzing and looking at? The next dice, no, not really. They want to be rezzed. Magnet, somewhat. Lycian is actually kind of interesting. I found Lycian to actually be quite bad if you're playing a Stegadon deck. on the basis that if you're playing Stegodon, you actually want to have your stuff rezzed. You want to have stuff rezzed on different servers, because the only way to make Stegodon good is to have other rezzed cards. And so Lycian was actually really, really bad in a derez deck. I found it to be an incredibly anti-synergistic card. Put Lycian in there, it's fun. Not only have I had a miserable time every time I put a Lycian in a deck, I found it to be incredibly anti-synergistic. Because again, Stegodon says like derez something on a different server, and then you're looking at your remote server where you had a Lycian, and it's not rezzed anymore. It's like, what am I doing? Hakarl's the last one. I think Hakarl is just pretty unfortunate. There's a couple reasons why it's unfortunate. Firstly, when you res this ice, you can derez another installed card. That could be important for us. But specifically, I don't want to res this to derez a Gatekeeper because then we're paying 8 credits functionally. That's not particularly good. And if you can, the runner cannot use paid abilities on borrowed ice for the remainder of the turn. So if people are clicking through this, which they're often not. It is a barrier, which is kind of good because you can't cheat through it too easily. It has only 2 subroutines. That's pretty bad. But it just does a core damage and ends the run. We're, again, not a deck that cares about core damage. So, like, this subroutine is not even that good for us. Like, if they just said lose 3 credits end the run, this ice would be better. Right? Like, I think a lot of people are scared of core damage because it sounds like the most frightening thing you can do to a runner. But if this said lose 3 credits, this ice would be so much better. Maybe it'd be cracked. I'm not sure. You can play Hakarl entry S, then you're cooking. I don't like that sort of stuff. But I think especially when you're new to the game, do 1 core damage sounds like the meanest thing you could ever do to someone. It honestly doesn't matter. Unless your deck makes it matter, which is not a lot of decks that make it matter. Core damage was scarier with its old name. I honestly do think the word brain damage was more frightening, yeah. If you plan for hypoxia, ping is possible. I don't think I'm going to plan for hypoxia, but I think ping is like worth considering because it is just annoying. Tag is relevant. The runner has to clear the tag. It's fine. I recon just playing pings at 3x greasing the palm. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think we play hypoxia for slots because, again, we don't care about core damage. Antoine, you could play ontological dependence to make the core worth it. I just don't know if it's worth it. I don't think just playing 3 bad 4/2s in our deck to hope that they become 3/2s. Or like ontological is only good if you're consistently getting to 2 core damage. And I don't think we're getting to 2 core damage consistently. I don't know. How's it going, by the way? Maybe you could build something, but then I think we'd play Thule, not Asa. Okay. Brasilia. It's as cheap as they can make it. Whenever you res a piece of ice during a run against a server, you may derez another installed piece of ice. If you do, the rezzed ice gets +2 strength for the remainder of that run. So if we derez something else, install a piece of ice anywhere, we can res something here. So this is like peak Cyber Sand Harvester garbage that we're going to regret in a while, but we're going to try it for sure. So we want to derez our stuff to res our stuff. This is a cheap derez and a cheap res. So if you squint really hard, it says gain 2 credits on it. It's basically Tranquility Home Grid. Don't question me. And that's kind of good. What else can we play? This is not enough ice, is it? There's actually a fair bit of ice. The problem is like some of this ice is not particularly good for your remote servers. Like having Pulse on your scoring server, I sleep. Having Wave, I sleep. Having Bloop, okay. Drafter's fine. Echo. Like we still need, you know, what's our big ice? We're probably going to end up with a Brawn or something. And I think we want to stop because Divert Power, I think Divert Power is always like 1 bridge slightly too far. You forget it costs 2. I think it costs 1. And then like when it does something, it's like, it's fine. I don't know. Gatekeeper's pretty big. Oh, you're right, actually. It is 9 strength. That's kind of cool. It's a 9 strength Gatekeeper. Yeah, it's hard to make. I've never seen a good use case for Divert Power besides like combo decks. Okay, let's play all the sort of like synergy, res, derez stuff. So we're going to be playing res and derez synergy. We can play some Nikos, I think. We can res, derez them if we want to. We definitely going to be playing, let's play 2 Wage Workers, I guess. But I want to play Warm Reception because it says we can do the thing. I want to play Working Prototype because it says we can do the thing. We're going to play Spin Doctors. We're going to play Rashidas. We're going to play, ooh, that's a lot of assets, my friends. We're going to play Greasings. I think we're going to play Seamlesses. Maybe we're run out of deck slots. We're definitely going to be playing fully operationals. We probably should play a Vovo or 2. We're going to be playing 59 cards. 9 strength code game for Fizzarum says hi. And there's not that many Fizzarums out there. I honestly don't think you see Fizzarum that often on casual JNet. But don't look at the deck list of the week. It's fine. Here you're saying it's garbage, but how about the Cyber Sand Harvester in this deck? I think we are, JM. I don't think it's going to be good. I think we're going to easily regret it and it's going to be clumsy and we'll just play like a flat econ card. But like if we're going to try it, we're going to try it here. Last time I was doing Divert Power, it was to derez Archer to forfeit a Genes and Jemison for kill. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like if you're playing Divert Power, you're doing something super weird. It's hard to make a tempo power make any sense. Big problem here is totally the fact that all the good derez, re-res options don't benefit from the +3 strength of Brasilia except Gatekeeper. I don't think that's entirely true. Wave doesn't. Pulse being 4 strength can matter. Echo being matters against some. Ablative rezzed. Oh, Ablative is so good. Why are we not playing 3 Ablative? I forgot how good it is. What if we make a bigger deck to fit all the Derez pieces? That's the beginning of a very tall and slippery slope. To make our combo deck even better, why don't we make it even bigger? Good memories of divert power and rezzing Loki's and Loki Ag. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like when you're playing divert power, it's because something fundamentally somewhere has crumbled in on itself. All right. I don't think we can afford the deck slots to play Stegadon, let alone I don't think I can afford the brain power to play Stegadon. What do y'all think? I think we don't have a real incentive to score agendas. Unfortunately, we don't. Is Brasilia unique? It's not. Sick. No Stegadon. Excellent caps. So like, I honestly don't know if we need to play Lightning Laboratory. Kind of makes sense. Like we can do Lightning Laboratory. Vitruvius is pretty good because we have a recursion option with fully operational, which is pretty cracked. I don't know if we want to play Midnight 3. Stego's fun to anything ratio is horrible. Lazy, that's a really good way of putting it. I think we want Off-World Office. Like, it just seems fine. I think this is the sort of deck where, like, we really need to think differently about the deck building, not just, like, what would a good HB deck play? Like, with all due respect to the deck, I think we actually have to, like, look at this and think, okay, this is actually a better card than we think it is because of X plus Y plus Z. That being said, I'm just going to put in 2 Project Iquas and not care, but you know what I mean? Iqua projects. Lightning Lab seems like a way to lose 6 credits after you scored it. Elevagao, it's a slots issue. Right? Like Elevagao says Derez on it, but like this is the problem with Derez and all the Derez support pieces. There's 600 of them and they're all tiny cards. It's like you need to play Elevagao, you need to play Stegadon, you need to play Warm Reception, you need to play Prototype, you need to play Brasilia, you need to play Vovo, you need to play all the ice, right? Like when your deck, when the thing that your deck wants to do is play like already 6 points of 1-pointers, you have like 20 deck slots left over. It's so hard. It's so difficult. We can't even score out agendas. Like we have 2 wage workers, we're at 60 cards, we have influence. I'm worried about this deck already. I think how we made it in half an hour. He's already collapsing under the weight of Derez. The ceiling of Lightning Lab here is to get a flip up of Blue Brown at the cost of 2. Other 3 credit ice getting derezed. I think what I've been appreciating is that people respect Lightning Laboratory and it gets them. Like they stop running stuff. I agree that doesn't sound good. Hey, is there any way to make scoring go 2-1 make sense? I think Warm Receptions need to go. There's no chance they survive. Wait, do we have to ice these up? We could. I'm telling you, Lightning Laboratory Afron combos will be great one day, maybe, hopefully. Afron's getting worse because there's more ways than Shaper to cheat around your eyes. I have and will never respect Lightning Lab. I've played against players who've respected Lightning Laboratory. They went off centrals, but yeah, I could see this being rough. I don't see why the runner wouldn't trash it is more accurate. Yeah, I think that's a really good description. Why wouldn't they trash it? Okay, Cybersand is our Nico. I'm not answering questions. We have way too much ice. We have like 21 ice. Yeah, do we have 21 ice? Ugh. Okay, so let's start cutting ice. So we need to play 3. Echoes is going to be our Brawn. So cursed. Echoes is our Brawn. Don't worry about it. Pulse is not that good. So now we're at 18 ice. That's still too many. We'll cut a drafter. How does this deck win? I don't know. We're going to find out. We're going to find out how it loses, I think. Wave is fine. I think we'll cut another Pulse. The problem is like Echoes needs Pulse. Cybersand is stinky. You're not wrong, but like we gotta try this card before N6 makes it weird, right? Like imagine it's so weird and we don't know because of N6. Yeah. Working Prototype, fully operational greasing. 50 cards. We're almost there, y'all. What's like a 6 influence card we can play? ADT. Is ADT good? Pretty good. Like, do we do tempo crimes? Like, can we play Aurelas and then we can play a bunch of one costers? Lady Liberty? Lady Liberty doesn't work with our agenda suite. All our agendas are when scored. It's really bad with us, actually. Because with Lady Liberty, you want, like, static effects, let alone you want 1-pointers. Stavka Archer. Archer's not good with this, but, like, Stavka, I think, should be in the list. The problem is, like, I think, actually, Stavka is probably better than Bloop. Right? It's kind of a problem with Stavka. Like, Bloop is maybe the worst card in our deck. No, that's not true. I'd take that back immediately. Excuse me. I'm sorry I said that out loud. Like, are we incentivized to play one fewer 4-2? Tattoo Bolas are pretty good here. Hollow Man is 3 influence. Yeah. Can we afford Hollow Man? No, but it's a win condition. Tattoo Bolas are pretty... Why do you think Tattoo Bolas are good? Because of Asa? It's not a card you want to res derez. What am I missing here? Did you cut Pulse? I thought you killed more Pulse. I thought you liked Pulse more than Echo. No, I don't think I do. I think they're both pretty bad, but Echo can scale. As a side note, I'm banging the drum on signal jamming with all the Shaper about. I was thinking about signal jamming the other day. So this is a neutral card that means that they cannot do stuff. Cards cannot be installed until the end of the run. Only the ability during a run on this server. So issue about this is that it's like kind of niche, right? Like it's one run where it matters and you have to make it really, really matter. And so if you compare that to the consistency of something like Mana Garm or Defensive Upgrade or, you know, anything like that, it's hard to make that seem better. Even a Chrysium Grid, right? It seems better in a lot of matchups. So that's kind of tricky. It seems kind of good, but like if you're trading your card slot for that sort of effect to fire a one run annoyance, like your ice either has to face check to the point where it firing wins you the game or something good has to happen. I don't know. You want to always be rezzing stuff because a Brazilian tattoo lets you res cards infinitely. Oh, that's a good point, I guess. Yeah, it rezzes and de-rezzes cards consistently. Making Tattoo Bola 4 strength doesn't matter, but this is whenever. This is whenever. Oh, yo, that's actually really sick. Really good shout out, Ba. What about Jua? It's on the counter. I've heard that people haven't been happy testing Jua into World Tree. I'm not 100% sure why. It's a bit of a road bump for sure. But like, I think Jua has better text on average than that really bad neutral 0-2 trash card. Because only it's like a fine piece of ice. Its text might not matter on turn 1, but that's a really annoying pain. I don't know. What are we cooking? I'm not sure we burned the pan. We were meant to be playing like Cyber Sand Derez HB ice, but it's getting away from us. That's for sure. But now look at our barrier suite. It's so bad. I honestly think we cut the echoes. Let's cut the echoes and just play Brasilia. Right? Let's not play Harmonics. Harmonics are bad. Harmonics are... How bad are Harmonics? Echo is self-sustaining because you can derez an echo and it becomes an echo. Right? Like, do echoes need waves? No. Do echoes need drafters? No. How good is echo on its own? Because echo sees itself. And so we want something to derez with Brasilia Government Grid. So why don't we derez an echo every turn and realize it was a worse choice than an ablative? I'd rather derez an ablative. Oh shit, this is not good. This is not good. Let's play an MIC. Let's just get some more ice in the deck. 2 MIC might be a bit expensive for us, and I don't think we need to play sentries. So we're at 15 cards. That seems about right. Harmonics are the second coming of Next Ice and about as good. Next Ice were way better than Harmonics. There was more ice destruction back then, but the Next Ice were just better on rate. They were just also cheap on their ends. His hope and optimism lost 40 minutes into the press. No, I'm on bargaining stage, Visatron. We're currently bargaining. We have 2 influence left. How do we make this deck better? What's a win condition I can play for 2 influence? Does NSG make 2 influence win conditions? How do I assert by win condition? Win. Fuck. We should play Next Ice. Sapphire and Opal are good for horizontal deck. They don't have derez synergy. So Sapphire is the draw one. Ugh. 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 This is so gross. For what it's worth, like this ability text is actually kind of bad. Like shuffle cards from HQ into R&D is actively not good for us or our game plan. Play the 3rd Tattoo Bola. You know I won't. How's it going, Mondi? Opal is the install cards may, right? Optionally install cards. The numbers on this are so bad. Shout out to the red sand cycles. It's like they flipped the cost on the strength. 4 cost. It does have a lot of subroutines sometimes, but like this is an ice that doesn't benefit from having more than 1 subroutine. Charlotte. Charlotte's good, but slow. I think Powers That Be is probably one of the best options. I'm here to enable you to play the third tattoo bullets. How also I'm spamming those YouTube parts. So thank you, Monty. I see them. I honestly don't know how this happened or why they happen, but I appreciate them when they show up. The third tattoo bullet is not a bad idea. Remember when Opal Face installs? Yeah, this is a good history lesson. The Red Sun Cycles was a mess. Notice how it doesn't say may install? That had to be eroded. So technically when you ran into this and the corporation had agendas in hand, they had to put them on the table. Oopsies. Where they had to like call a judge over to show their hand to the judge. I look away with the Harmonics are gone and we're playing a bad version of Jai's deck. Yeah, but we got Cybersand, Jeff, so it's really cool. Jeff, what are you talking about? It's so cool. We have Cybersand and Brasilia. This guy. I'm worried that Working Prototype and Cybersand Harvester are the same slot, but one of them is bad. Also, we don't need Lightning Laboratory anymore. Let's just play... Was Jai on Vitruvius? Jai, were you on Vitruvius or were you on Midnight? I think you're on Vitruvius. ADT. Vit, yeah. I think Vit makes sense in ASA. If we played Architect Deployment Test, it rezzes, which is like kind of cute. ADT with ASA is sick. Yeah, it's kind of cool. Alex, how's it going? Biovault? Biovault's way too slow. When you look away, he'll pivot to Anemone combo kill. This is not the deck I'm queuing up for JNat. This is me spending 30 minutes a Shaggy Dog story, and then we'll just play the other one. We'll play Jai's deck. Okay, we need to cut 2 cards. 50 nice seems about correct. We're just missing Surat, then this would make more sense. Surat is a card that like I'm pretty sure is straight busted in Eternal. Like it is a card that is a problem if it's in the card pool. There's no way that it's balanced. When I did testing for Identity Crisis, green ASA was the only one I built and then deleted because Cybersand is the only viable asset econ in green, and now you're importing into HB. Next thing will be traffic analyzers. Oh, I don't even know what that one is. Is that the Trace 2 for gain of credit? With no due respect, this card text is like the most a Netrunner FFG card text feels like it was designed by an AI. Like all the words make sense. The sentence structure is fine, but then when you read it, it doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? Like, you know, when they have those Twitter accounts that like put together Netrunner cards and it's like, subroutine, do to tag. Cover Sheeta, we gotta learn how to build corp decks without her anyways. Not like this. Soulmate, we need a... this is never get hit by the FFG number upper. I don't know. Traffic Analyzer is the worst card that managed to end up in the most toxic deck. Oh yeah, there's like one deck where it's gross and it gets like near infinite economy, but the problem is not Traffic Analyzer. The problem is the other cards that let you do silly things. Just you with Surat and 2 bloops and Cybersand for internet credits. Yep. But Surat's a problem, not it. Okay, cut 2 cards, Andre. Cut 2 cards or 1 card and make it cost more influence. I feel like I don't believe in powers that be because this means that we'd have to score out, and I don't think we're going to score out. That probably shows you my confidence, but I don't think we're going to score out. So what's like a 2 influence card that's really good? Would Mirage be any use, or is that wild? It's interesting. It's a res derez. Yeah, the third tattoo bolo seems reasonable. If we aren't scoring, how are we winning? You think we're winning? To be young. That's the neat part. It doesn't... Oh, single cohort. I like the single cohort. I think single cohort is fine. That's fine. One cohorts do better in pairs. Like cohort's a better econ card than Cybersand Harvester. In fact, we should probably just switch these and notice how we're slowly making it to Jai's like Intercontinental's winning deck list, but worse. We have to cut 1 card and we're done. The runner deck's out. Yeah, they're still fine though. I think we cut a greasing. Is that sacrosanct? Is that what that word means? Cut a greasing? Yeah, I feel like cutting a core economy piece is a good idea. Let's do that. Okay. It's like Jai's, but better. Jai knows. It's okay. He had a really good summer. But this is August of Andre. You got me? I'm sorry, man. You had a great run, though. I think we're going to remember that. Okay. We're at court. All right, let's give it a shot. Hello? What? Why does my button not work? My button doesn't work. Give me 1 second. Why would my button not choose to work? The Stream Deck shut down. 1 second. I don't remember how to type. Should I queue up, show him what's what? Yeah, he can't play Corp against Corp. Hashtag hot Andre Summer. Does anyone remember what we wrote here? Is it the Métropole Grid? No, it can't be. It's probably like that. Okay. Don't access my Twitch account. Thank you. What is it? I think it's working now. Oh, live is in caps. Okay, so shit. This looks like bootleg. It's fine. Dano, let's do. Heed the omens. Alice Merchant, 55 cards. Okay. We got an Echo on Archives. Honestly, pretty cracked hand. Why Alice when we can Alice ourselves? Hey, best of luck. Have fun. If you don't want to, but I've been DM'd to go EP, so my hands are tied. This hand's good. Early Cyber Sand, which we're not going to afford to res. Very good hand against Alice. Okay, I think Alice is going to like hit us HQ with something rough we're not expecting. Like that's always the fear. I think Echo on Archives is fine. We have an ASA install, so we can do Cohort Tattoo Bola, which is fine. We can also do Cohort Cyber Sand. Sorry, Cyber Sand Tattoo Bola. Echo Archives. Cohort on the table. That's probably fine. Tell Kira to go EP. Yeah, Kira, what the heck? You can't tell people to go to sleep. You have to go to sleep too. How's it going, by the way? I think we iced the Cyber Sand. Cyber Sand's so bad. Cyber Sand is very bad. Are we going to use Core to throw out a fully operational for money? Alice Burner, you turn one. I think Alice has a good reason. Oh no! Our credits. Oh, that's really bad. We're not gonna wait. Is this an install cost? No, it's not an install cost. We're gaming. I'm not even upset. This is sick. I swear if they call 1 or 0, they should call 1, I think. They guess 2. I think 2 is a hard call. Okay, I think we need to get rid. No, the fully operational is a better card draw than Cohort. I think we just are chilling. The problem is every time we build a server, costs us a credit, which is generally bad. We have an Echo though. So what can we do here? We can put the Spin Doctor in server 3, lose a credit, draw with the Spin Doctor, get an ice on. Yeah, it's not very good. I think we have to do it. Otherwise, we're not doing much this turn. I will. They know there's a fully up in hand, so we need ice. I'm not icing the Spin Doctor, unfortunately. It's our ability. That's bad. Do we have to pay credit for that? We did. So we'll put this on HQ. And then we can fully opt for 3 credits. That's pretty rough. I think we just click for a credit here. Get fully up value? Yeah, I think we have to wait. I wanted to get another ice here. A working prototype on the table. We're going to wait for next turn to top deck an ice. We have another 12 ice in the deck. With Cyber Sand, we actually get money from these reses. Like, prototype on the table is also pretty good because it gets ice on the reses, but I think we need to ice it up. Dano's economy is not very good, but like neither is ours. At least our board state's good. I'm scared of the RNG key. Okay, now they're respecting. Last click, they weren't respecting Aqua. All are, besides 1, there's 7 agendas or 8 agendas in 40. So it's 1 in 5. They guessed 1 again? Yeah, seeing the fully up. So now we actually know what we're drawing. I forgot. That's a really cool thing about RNG key. Cyber Sand is just ice. It is unfortunately just ice, yeah. So this is going to have an ink. Shit. I don't think we res the Cyber Sand. If our opponent wants to trash it for 4, they can. I don't care. I'm going to put the working prototype in there. It's going to be better. Like, that's the biggest problem with Cyber Sand is like we have to invest 4 on it just to be able to trash it for 2. They did. Okay, that's the best Cyber Sand we could have asked for. I'm aware that's like pretty miserable, but it is what it is. So we have an MIC coming up. Cohort, we could throw out. The Vitruvius. I don't think we want to score Vitruvius early. I think we do throw out the Vitruvius. We just need to get our money up. Okay, Gatekeeper MIC is really good. So MIC on the remote server, prototype inside there. We can camp it for a bit. Cybersend is a bad MVT. Yeah. Basically. Gatekeeper on R&D is also fine. MIC we can't really afford to res, but I think we'll do working prototype in... If we do a new server, we lose a credit. I think we need to keep this around because I don't think they're going to deal with it for a bit. So I think we just do working prototype in front of the Tattoo Bola, Ice R&D, and we can fully up. Because I don't want to over... I'm going to put MIC as our scoring server. We'll put the Gatekeeper on R&D. And here we can fully up, or I think we just res this and hit it. It's fine. They might not face check now because we have that, and face checking looks bad. They're like totally in the hole. And the hole is not having a lot of money. We're going to build a remote server next turn, hopefully with Spin Doctor, and get the MIC in front of it and go from there. Yeah, just clicker credits, scrubber. That's pretty good for them. The cohort probably won't last. I'm not going to use the cohort this turn. I like our cards. That's good enough. So we can draw once. Okay, so we want to build a scoring server. We'll do Brasilia MIC. We'll keep the MIC on the inside, I think. We're assuming this is going to pressure us. And now we'll just do fully up. I think we'll draw 2, see how it goes, and then just gain 4. We don't have anything to push, though. We could draw 2 more. You can build a scoring on the spin. Oh, that's totally true. Yeah, we could have saved a credit. Yeah, that actually would have been cool to put on top of the spin because we're not going to get another ASA. That's a good idea. It shows as an upgrade, though, so there's some cost associated with it. So it's not 100%, but because like this might look like Rashida and they might challenge. But yeah, it's something worth keeping in mind for sure. Okay, we're taking money. So this is probably the best case scenario where our opponent like doesn't have a lot of pressure. I don't know what the breaker suite is. I'm assuming there might be a Banhart. Just pressuring the Spin Doctor here. Honestly, we don't have to use it. Putting the fully op back in is pretty good though, but with the... Do we have ablatives on the table? We do. I'll get it back. Might not have been correct there. I think a lot of times in HB you can let your opponent do it. Now if they paid real credits, yes. Scrubber credits, like now they can trash the cohort, so it's not technically free. Right? Like now they can also do the cohort. If we made them pay 2, they can't. Oh, MIC last click. They know this is an MIC. This is a Brasilia Government Grid, which they can trash for all their money. I'm actually totally fine with that, I think. If we res the MIC, we go down to 4, but we hit the prototype. If we res the Brasilia, we can just res it for free. We might as well res it for free. I think we'll res the MIC here because I think we're close to jamming and it gets 6 credits on the working prototype. Res Brasilia first? It doesn't matter. It doesn't do anything, right? I will before if they're going to access it for the prototype, yeah. How are we supposed to de-res if we never res ice? It's totally true. Unfortunately, we res our biggest ice. Also, the bad thing about using a Spin Doctor is we turned off our cohort. And our cohort was had a way to score a 4-2 on tempo. Yeah, I'll trash the prototype. We just got to go. Okay, so we have some ice. I think we're going to protect the cohort because that seems fun. So we'll grease out an ice on here. Server 4. Actually, the ice positioning is going to be pretty interesting in this matchup. I should have drawn first there, I think. Yeah, 100%. Oh, that's bad ordering. That's a really scuffed turn by a mile. Getting this on the table is fine. I think we can afford to put this out there. Even if it costs us 1 credit, it is kind of whatever. If they spend a click trashing it, we can afford the 1 credit. At a minimum, we res this for free because of prototype. Classically free. It's going to cost us clicks. But we're just looking for an agenda here. Okay, Echo, that's good. So we'll res the Cyber Sand. We'll res this Echo. We also did the Tattoo Bola where we could have got it cheaper off of the Cyber Sand. Ice the cohort. I'm not too worried about it. It's our only cohort. It's not doing too much for us. Like, we don't want to throw this out. So now we can take the money off of this. So we res it functionally for cheap. They're going to trash this. It's fine. We have a lot of agendas. We can actually get this to 4 counters relatively easily. If we draw a Vovo, we can even do better. But honestly, I think we want to spend clicks for 3. They threw out a Mimic. Okay. So we can do install, advance, take 3. This is for rezzing ice too. It's not for rezzing ice, it's only for installing ice? Holy shit, this card's so bad. We can do this though. I don't think we should have done that. I think we'd rather have the money. We'll see. If only had the cohort, I don't think it matters. We don't have a hand to throw at. But it is really bad. I think the pinhole's hitting a prototype here. Unnice Cyber Sand Harvester is actually... Wait, we can destroy this though. Oh, we can't because of N6. We literally took the credits off of it and we turned off N6. Shit, if this had a credit on it, we could trash it. Haven't you criticized Cyber Sand for the previous same reason? Oh, the card is garbage, but like if you're going to try it somewhere. Oh, that's so unfortunate. You think it's something new every time? Oh, it's a Brasilia Government Grid. I think they were expecting that to be a Managarm. Or a Vovo. Actually, a Vovo makes more sense. Oh, I don't want to res it. If they trash it for 1 credit off Scrubber, that's fine. Are we using Ace's ability really? We should be doing a Mirror Morph or something. I think Ace's ability has been pretty good. This is not an initiative or security. It's an expansion. I think we'll just score. Off to the races. Cyber Sand, not just silliness and op, very impressive. It's not doing anything. It's been pretty bad. Now, this does change how our opponent wants to interact with us. Like, sometimes they don't want to face check. Now, they might actually just be scared of face checking into Bloop because of, you've seen 1 Harmonic, why not more? But we're getting somewhere. That's for sure. Archivist. Okay, Echo. Nice. Second Echo res. Cyber Sand Harvester. Working prototype. That's just going to fire. This now has 1 counter. This has 2. So we'll see a Cleaver show up at some point. We have a fully up. The deck is cooking. It's like not... Our opponent like isn't showing breakers with much pressure besides the hijack router. So like we're kind of getting away with it with all due respect. But like if they put down a Cleaver, they run HQ for 1. They run Archives for 1, right? Like we're not actually doing anything. We have 6 credits. Luckily here we can do Echo Spin Doctor. We can... I guess we will do that. I don't mind icing up a Spin Doctor. Okay, so we can do Vovo, put Archivist at the top of the deck, which we don't care about. We can put Scrubber on top of the deck, which we don't care about. Ideally here, we just want to get money and card draw. Now, I don't love drawing into HQ Echo, which at some point they must have HQ pressure, right? But this goes in server 4, so that's going to help us with our money. And then we can either click for 3 or hold. I actually think we need to click for 3 here. Nah, let's just fully out. Draw 2, draw 2, gain 2, gain 2. I'll push Echo next turn if we have to. Vovo Proto Cyber such value I like this. It's technically the value engine. It's just like, it's not that great. It's doing what we want it to do, right? Like we have everything. So either they trash us for 2, like great. The best thing we've done is res Cyber Saiyans, and they trash it for 8. Scrubber on top of the deck seems okay, like a rally all their econ they currently have. It is, it honestly is, but this is the only thing it's threatening. But we could have res the Vovo to gain 6. It might have been better. I just don't think this card, like them trashing this for 2 is better than the value it's giving us. Kat, how's it going? It's going well. We're holding on here. If this is a drafter, it's really bad for them. It's a gatekeeper. It's now 0 strength. How are you doing, Kat? Okay, what do we want to score out from here? I think we want to score out the Vitruvius next to pull back a fully operational, likely. We can do install advance something. I'm going to keep the Ico on hand because we want an Ico on hand. I think a second Vovo is like totally fine. I forgot you can res this guy for 1. He's pretty sick. Drafters seem important here. I don't think we need another Spin Doctor. Oh, we can only shuffle back agendas. Sorry, I want to keep that. So, do we do install on fights off-world? Sorry, since our economic warfare is in acid mode, yeah, I know, which is unfortunately a fair bit slower. We'll be on 9 cards. We can do install. Hopefully top deck of Brasilia. That'll put us on 6. We can fully op and click working prototype for all the money in the world. I think we need more like click compression to install cards. Like Greasing the Palm is actually a better card than some stuff. I think I'm getting rid of the off-world. I want to score the Vitruvius. Vitruvius seems pretty good against some amount of disruption from Alice. Cybersen has recouped its res cost. Yeah, we rezzed it. It gave us a prototype counter, and it gave us 2 credits to clicklessly install. It was not good. It was fine. It was bad to... Okay. Airblades. Okay. Okay, it's back. So we want to install some cards here. So we can put down 2 Vovos on the table. We'll res one of them. They'll think the other is a defensive upgrade, which is generally good for us. So that's one install. We have to do the agenda first. We can bounce back the scrubber, which seems fine. I'm then going to ice up either R&D or HQ, but I think we ice up HQ here because that's where the points are. Vitruvius the counter. We can also advance the Vitruvius. That leaves us enough money for both of these, which is pretty good. So I will, yeah, I think we'll just advance this, throw out a drafter. Actually, we can throw out an off-world office. At some point they'll run archives though, but we have another spin doctor. I don't think we care. Do we fully op here? I don't think we do. Big flop? Yeah, maybe we just big flop for money. I just think prototype for 6 and put the scrubber back on the deck is like good enough, and then we can use this to recover in panic mode. Right? Like, I don't think we need a flop. I think we can just do this. And then we'll get rid of, honestly, the off-world, because we're going to score this and then push the Ikua. I'm guessing. But, like, imagine they put down a Banhar. Like, they're putting off from no pressure to, like, a lot of pressure. The only pressure they're putting off is making us spend money. They just drew a scrubber? Oh, no, they didn't. They clicked for credit. And I think with Airblades, they're probably on Banhar, unless they're really scared of some on-encounter text. Oh, our echoes are getting bigger. Take that, Cleaver. You break now for 2 on HQ. It's fine. I mean, I'm just going to res everything because prototype is fun. Yeah, Cyber Harvester is not very good, is it? They're on 3 credits. Okay. So we don't have to score out. Like, keep that in mind. We don't have to score out. How do we lose the game from here? They don't have a lot of money. To run the server, they need to break an ablative into a tattoo. If we score the Vitruvius, we go down to, if we're going to score it the way that we want to score it, which is not exactly necessary, it's going to cost us a bit. If we want to score this out and just install the Ikua, that's also a possibility. Che, it's going well. How are you doing? We have a busy weekend coming up. If we get a counter on it, we can pull back a fully operational. We're discarding a card anyways. Even pulling back like a Brasilia Government Grid, it's kind of interesting. We might have wanted to move, what's it called? We can tell everyone to come to UK Nats. It's going to be huge. When is it? I know it's up on ABR. I think we'll just score this out. I think we have a way to bounce back. We don't need all the drafters. Did you catch the new Alien movie? No, I didn't. I've actually not seen that many Alien films. My partner is going. Holy shit. Holy shit. They got Echo Tech. My partner's going on Thursday. Have you seen it? We could draft her both HQ and R&D and big flop here. Yeah, that was the other option, is just not push, but I'm pretty sure we can push here. They're definitely playing some cards. Flip Switch, Berserker. This is an interesting card. November 15th to 17th, main event is on my birthday. That's the 16th. That's my my sister's birthday too. I think that's how we should have known the date. Yeah, I knew it was your birthday. Okay. If we install advanced fully operational, we can't close the game out. Now, is it safer behind break for 2, figure out how to break an MIC? I think it is safer in there besides HQ. So I think we'll just put this in server 4. Ideally, we could draw once here to go get a grid. That'd be okay. No. Okay. So the other options, install Rashida and install Drafter and then install a grid. They're definitely going to be running archives or HQ here with the Berserker as much as they need to click for credits. I do think the Echo is safer in server 4, and then we're just going to eat our ability. And then it's either we put the Drafter on archives or HQ. I think we just fully up. I think we just want money. And next turn we can do advance ice something. Get your sister a ticket to UK Nets for her birthday. I saw last Friday. The film is probably the best Alien film since Aliens. I haven't seen Aliens. I've seen Alien multiple times. I've heard Aliens is fantastic from a lot of folks. Why did we click to draw when we could have just flopped? God, because I planned to turn out pretty poorly. We definitely could have started there with flop and then pushed. I think having 10 credits is way too much money. We don't need to have 10 credits. But next turn we can just like, it's hard to lose from the state. They definitely have some cards in their deck. They have a Maw. They have a Strike Fund because I can. They have a District 99. This is interesting. Prometheus is objectively bad, but I love it. Unreasonable amount. I went to see Prometheus in theaters. I'm not sure how old I was or who I saw it with. I'm pretty sure it was in college. A Helianthera? Okay. I don't think we need a purge. I didn't even see that in there. And they're removing a D99 or a Maw. I think it's where Wayland comes from. Yeah, the name Wayland, I think unarguably comes from Wayland-Yutani, which is from Alien. If hindsight, I have no idea how that happened or why, but it ruled. Back in college, we had a group that would meet to watch Aliens once a week. No other movie, just Aliens. Oh, sick. I have a fond memory of college, what's it called? Film groups. So if they run archives, I don't know what happens to us. I don't think it's that bad. I think we'll just put this on HQ. Do we need more money though? This is res for 1. This is res for 0. Then we have the ablative swap. We don't have upgrades. We'll just make sure we don't get diversioned, I guess. Prometheus is so bad, but the universe rocks. Lox, how's it going? The name of the actor who played like the main character is pretty good at it, but I don't remember the film. Same on Prometheus, loved it. Just learned a week there was a sequel that flopped. Just thinking that Helianthera is probably pretty sick in Alice. Pretty sick way to go find him a virus, am I right? I don't know. I think Alice has a lot of issues, and I think Helianthera is exactly the opposite of what Alice wants, which is like a clumsy card that doesn't do things on most board states. Also, cook me with Crim Alice. Oh, cool. All right. I'm just going to do this. We're going to put that back. We have a Vitruvius. We actually don't even have to put it back. Whatever. I don't think it matters. I'll leave it fully op so that if one's stolen, it isn't. I'll just take a greasing, I guess. Nah, that's it. We probably shouldn't put anything else really back. We should just put non-agendas. So we have to discard a card. We'll throw out a Rashida. They can steal a card with Helianthera. I feel like Helianthera is only for turtle decks to avoid Mavirus and archives. Yeah, I think that's the best case of it. Is like in criminal type decks. I don't think it's great to deal with punitive, unfortunately, because I'm a virus. But it's nice on a criminal pressure deck, especially that's like with Amakua that's slowing the game down, that's putting on HQ pressure, where trashing 2 cards on random can be disastrous when you're like spent the last 3 turns trying to keep the turtle out. Stole a fully op, that's okay. That's why we didn't shuffle the other one back, because if we need the fully op, we want to keep 1 in the bin for Vitruvius. So we didn't want to leave only 1 in there, but it's hard to not think we're going to win here. Scrubber. I think it'd be good in a freedom deck, focused on pressuring HQ and using lots of counters. Yeah, I'm not sure. Make unbeatable. Oh yeah, because it's Archivist. Hey, GG. Thanks for the game. Okay, so our opponent unfortunately just didn't access a lot of cards. That was an ass whipping. They just didn't have a breaker suite that worked. They didn't put on a lot of pressure. So I'm not saying we learned anything. What we did learn, like even in that case, is that the Cybersen Harvester was incredibly slow. Like rezzing this for 2 just to be able to make some money in the future. Like you have to res this, protect this, and then for it to be a good econ card, you have to res like 3 or 4 ice. And even then it's like kind of middling. So probably could save like 6 influence on not playing this. It feels really bad. We'll still play another one with it. The Brasilia Government Grids like didn't come together. We lost one for 3 credits, which was okay. We could have got a prototype counter, but it didn't make sense. Prototypes felt fine. Cheap ice, like this is the one thing that like so far feels okay about the deck, is that this cheap little ice allows us to push out like remote servers horizontally. And we also played into hijack router, which was pretty annoying. The router was annoying. Hey, Wireframe, Cybersend compares really poorly to Vovo. Yeah, it does. It's good together, though. But yeah, I don't think Cybersend's a great card. There's meant to be a comma in that sentence. Yeah. Yeah, it's rough. It's just not worth paying influence? No, it's probably not. Thanks again, eh? Thanks again. Re-res and Gatekeepers would be cool. Doing all that sort of stuff is cool. I feel like we don't have enough re-res, de-res energy. New game. Let's do it again. Button works. Now that I'm on 99% completion rate, there's no way to get 100, right? Like there's no rounding where it'll finally be like, if it's 100, close enough, right? Like it's always going to be 99. Did anyone ever make something fun with Cybersend and Op? No. But in Eternal, maybe. But most importantly, if NSG removes N6, which I know they're on the path to do, if they don't errata Cybersend, it can be an interesting card. I think there's some really weird op things that we could consider trying that I haven't seen a lot of people do in op, right? Like in op, at any paid ability window, you can purge them a virus during a run and get a ping and give the runner a tag, right? Like I haven't seen people doing that. That seems kind of neat. In op, you can cyber sand at any paid ability window to give somebody who's accessing an Amaze Amusements or any one cost trap that like makes sense. So if you can get one costers at instant speed, regardless of NSIGs, cyber sand, it's probably not a good card, but could make some amount of sense. Where like the ability to produce one cost traps, to tutor Jinja and op, yeah, to tutor stuff like that. And actually, yeah, Jinja makes sense with it together. Like cyber sand Jinja is technically a deck. But it's clumsy. N6 will make it a lot stronger. My favorite is Tucana to Stavka into Maze Amusements. Tucana. Oh, shit, that works. I haven't seen that, Lucas. That's sick. Tucana into Stavka. Stavka trashes a 2-coster. It pulls out a Maze Amusements. They get 2 tags. It's like such a different time, too. For like, I feel like some amount of me is a broken record talking about the old days, but I think it's an interesting thing to understand the differences between now and back then. And again, I'm not saying one's better. But having 2 tags on Wayland used to be game losing, right? It'd be like, oh, imagine you could give 2 decks. Sorry, you could give 2 tags to a runner somewhat consistently, he says in quotes. It would be like a win condition. And currently it's not. It's really hard to make tags a win condition. For better or for worse. Hey, Tang. I tried to play a super modernism style deck around it and it didn't work. Yeah, not too surprised. All right, Tang's playing Lat. I'm assuming either it's Deep Dive Lat or this is Sokka's Lat. I don't like this hand. Not only does it have Cyber Sand in it, but we have nothing really to push out horizontal. We have 2 agendas. So we're going to mulligan. It got better. It did get better. We don't have an ace install. We have an ace install. For what it's worth, Tucana is the 2-cost that turns into a maze. Oh, because you always have a 2-coster because you can get rid of the Tucana. Okay, that's even more consistent. That's really cute. Best of luck. Have fun. Yeah, I was just going to get rid of a Descent or something. This hand's not great. So what are we planning here? Tattoo Bullet can ice up a Wage Workers. That's like worth icing up, I guess. Cyber on the table could be difficult for Lat to deal with unless Lat gets like SMC Trick Shot, something like that, pulls out a Parisha. That's okay. We can draw once. They got worse. I want to ice it. Don't want to ice HQ. Ice HQ, like we lose to a burner. Like straight up click 1 burner, we could lose the game. Sometimes it do just be like that. Now we can pay 1 fewer for Tattoo Bullet, or we can make HQ through 3 agendas. Self-growth prison is the way you win with tags to just feel bad, but I don't think it's a win condition, and especially in Wayland, it's not a win condition. Like, then you have to still push into the remote server the turn after as you're doing it, right? Like, it's not attritional. I feel like SGP is really good in a deck that can do tags into tags into tags, right? Like, oh, there'll be another Oppo, so it's hard to reinstall your stuff. But if you're like doing that sort of kickflip in Wayland, I don't think you want a self-growth. I think Retribution might even be better. For what it's worth, self-growth program has been a bit quiet recently. And maybe it's because World Tree's been quiet or good. Pinhole, sick. Either one is expensive. You wishing Boom is still around? Not exactly. But it's weird how tags are like, I don't care. Okay, that was expensive. That was good for us. Dirty Laundry, don't go HQ unless you hit the Ikwa. What is kickflip mean? Oh, okay. Here, mind you, you should almost always be running HQ on click 1. Not only are last click is a rough to Dirty Laundry into HB because you can't steal 6 points in the deck. Hand is higher. So deck is on average 1 in 5 in agenda. HQ generally after turn 1, turn 2 is like 1 in 3, 1 in 4 agenda. If you're going to get a random access on turn 1, you should almost always go HQ. It gets even worse if you expect what's on the table to be Rashida, because then we also break R&D lock. You still get some information, but not the full picture. But just keep that in mind. Like, I think running HQ is way better. There's a chance that Tank doesn't want to steal or trash because of Lat, but if you're trying not to win because of a card draw, no, it's all you. I think it's probably not great. What does kickflip mean? Kickflip is a word that's used in Netrunner to mean like do a cool trick, right? Like simul chip into self-modifying code. Self-modifying code pulls out something. It just means like do a bunch of convoluted cool junk. That's all it means. Trust operation, my favorite tag punishment. I think I've landed 1 or 2 that felt okay, but it's been difficult. Oofa doofa. Oof. I mean, I guess. Kickflip is a skateboarding trick if that wasn't stated. I guess it is, yes. I guess it is it's a skateboarding trick. Kickflip was coined by CTZ, I think. That sounds about right. There's the Prisha. Yeah, we're all about the heel flips here. The classic kickflip is timely public launch in a Taya to score vulnerability audit. I don't think that's a classic kickflip. Kickflip's been around for a really long time. My classic kickflip card is Da Vinci, and that's not even as old as the term kickflip has been used. Modern classic? Yeah, okay. Yeah, that is a kickflip. I think I call that the flick flack. But that's a Netrunner thing. What's a Netrunner stalefish? I don't know. Do we have a Benihana? Okay, this is the lat list from Decklist of the Week. So Copulation. So it's on 2 revolvers, 2 propellers, probably. I mostly remember it from Brick Geist. Yeah, exactly. That is the Da Vinci Geist. Oh, this hand is so bad. Why do we put so many bad cards in this deck? Maddie's laughing for the other room. It's so bad. Have you seen this hand? What time is it? 2:12. Okay, we're like an hour and a half in. We're falling apart. Yay, an echo. It's broken for 1 credit. We got problems, okay? I look at this hand and make forward momentum. Make forward tempo with your, this is your turn. You're playing Asa. It's turn 3. Your hand is 3 agendas, a second Vovo, a Cyber Sand, and an Echo. Like, what can we put on the table that they'll interact with? Now, getting the Cyber Sand Echo is like, I think maybe we should just do a second Cyber Sand. And just get we can't afford it, but it's fine, right? It's not fine. It's pretty bad, honestly. This'll save us. Always a good sign when you draw the card you built the deck around and feel nothing but pain. Yeah, it's Cyber Sand is not good. We need to cut it immediately. Cohort is great for this deck since you have so many bad cards to cycle. Exactly. That's the best thing about Cohort is like you get rid of Cyber Sand and it costs you nothing. Okay, trick shot. All right. No steal, no trash. That's good. We're holding 7 points. So now this will force out a propeller. So now we have to think. If we res this Vovo, we go down to, and the Cyber Sand. That's fascinating. I'm not doing math. I'm just vibing. Sick. We technically spend nothing for the Cyber Sand Harvester besides the install. So this Echo is now 1 strength. So now they have to produce a propeller. And if they trash their Vovo, that's okay. Now here they should be running HQ, right? Like it's turn 3. We've done nothing for board state. And you're assuming we're holding multiple agendas. This is not an agenda when you go down to 2 credits. So like you run HQ here and you win the game. Propeller, unfortunately, doesn't work well with Echo. For us. And they're still using house money, which is fine. Great. Now, if they Parisha the Cyber Sand Harvester, we'll just take away our free money. Pay 2, gain 2 is exactly where you want to be. It's not economy, it's money laundering. They didn't run HQ. Interesting. They just want that lat draw. They're just focused on the lat draw. And like, not all you. Admittedly, like, do they have to do anything when this is our board state? No, but they could. Get out of here. Get out. All right, we have fully op. We're back in the game. All right, I think we do Vitruvius Drafter. We fully op for money. The Cohort is still like, now we're cooking. Now we are legitimately, oh, they have a revolver? Don't worry about it. We are cooking. Draw 2. Gain 2. It's good that we have all these cheap barriers. Gain 2. What can we draw into on 3 credits that would be happy? I think we just gain money. If they steal this Vitruvius, whatever. Like, they have to assume, we have to assume this is a code gate. Maybe they face check it. I don't know. We'll put this on RD to stop trick shots happening. Could have spent 1 Cyber Sand there? Cyber credit? Oh, we didn't. Yeah, you're right. We should have. Sorry. Why didn't it ask us? For the install. If only I had a card to pay. It did not ask us. I thought it would ask us. We don't have hedge fund in this deck, so it's not like we hit a breakpoint. It did ask you click through it right away. Very cool. Super cool. Super, super cool. It's really good. Really good stuff. Oh no, it's so bad. Should we have moved Vovo? I don't think so. I think HQ is where we lose. Maybe they're scared of Bloop now, but Revolver, like, again, it's pretty good. You saw the word Cybersend and reacted to bro. Do you want to see Cybersend credits? Nah, it's dead to me. Oh, that's really bad. Okay, so now we're hoping, they're hoping. This is a good run. Like, turning up cohort guidance when you expect this to be a 4-2 is actually worth something. So, like, dirty laundering just to get 3 credits, I sleep. Dirty laundering to do something, I don't sleep. Oh, Hannah's good here. Hannah's really good into Asa. This deck has 2 deep dives. So we can force them to spend 2 credits, or we can take our 1 credit. I'm just gonna take our credit. Up too late last night? No, that's normal. I'm normally up that late. We had Arkham last night. We ended a bit late though. It's good. We're redoing a Hemlock Veil. It's like my 5th or 6th time, but it's our 2nd time with the group. Boof. Shit. Who are you playing? I'm playing Parallel Ashcan Pete with his guitar, and it's kind of sick. It's kind of really cool. Do we just... I'm going to score a blank Vitruvius. I don't think our luck is going to hold out that much longer. X-Pete rules? It's incredibly powerful. I was bummed out to find out, we can talk about Ashcan Pete after, I can pull up cards, that if you use a modified trap, or whatever it's called, the improvised trap, and it explodes, you cannot return it to your hand. I'm glad the Hemlock cards made Mateo actually good. I wouldn't go that far, but Olive 2 is a good card, that's for sure. I think that's a big issue. It's like a lot of the Curse Bless synergy packages are all the same. It doesn't matter who you're playing. Like if you're playing Parallel Jim Culver, or if you're playing Kohaku, which a friend in our play group is playing, or you're playing Mateo, I think some of them are just strictly better than others. Elusive comeback, yeah, it's really good into Elusive. I was struggling because we played with a lot of what are they called? A lot of Aloof, and I have 1 copy of Riot Whistle, but Aloof is really annoying. You're on Harmonics, this is lost. Now, classically into HB, you want to really consider going not Steve, but you want to be considering going Sable a fair bit, because it's really hard to deep dive while stealing Ikua when you're on this few points. Now you have Hannah, so it's not the end of the world, but it's something you want to consider for sure. Oh, this is a really well-positioned MIC. I can't be upset about this. We're currently playing Hemlock, Team Blurst, everyone spamming blessings and cursings. That seems probably pretty fun. Okay, now we're down to 1 credit. Prototype is like kind of hard to make good with Hannah and Parisha on the table, because it doesn't actually keep him busy. Fuck this hand. This hand's so bad. We can put Off-World Office in the remote server, move Vovo over, assume this is a code gate. Like, that is our play. It's Drafter into Echo, which they break for 3 credits. Like, it's not particularly astounding. And at some point, they'll realize they should trash the cohort or just keep running archives. The Off-World Office play only makes sense if they don't run archives, which, like, I don't think they're on a deep dive just yet. But it's going to be hard to play... How long I did again. To play out of this. So we can always draw once, put Rashida in their remote server. Hopefully we draw a upgrade so it looks a bit more defensive. Like, it's not a horrible board state, because making this 3 strength for Propeller actually matters if we get our, what's it called? Not that we can derez anything. If we get the Brasilia Grid. Oh, we'll draw. Oh, there it is. So we can do Brasilia Rashida. Now the second card can't be an agenda. Which one do we want to protect? In theory, we want to put the Rashida first, Brasilia second, and then see what happens here. Now we should plan our last click. We'll move Vovo over for sure. We probably just need a click for a credit here, because if Rashida doesn't stake, we have, I would say, problems. Yes. Keeping track of Blur's tokens of Kohaku is shockingly annoying. Yeah, Kat, when we played, it was... I think at the end of the run, D was like, this is not that great. Like, it's a lot of TDM. I wouldn't use the wheel that comes in the box. I would just, like, always keep my blessing curses in stacks, and you just look at the stack and realize, okay, if they're not there, they're in the bag. And then you have to look at ceiling cards, which is annoying, but you know what I mean. All right, this is what we're expecting to happen. If we res this Tattoo Bola, we go down to 2 credits. We only need 1 for the drafter. I think we just let the cohort go, unfortunately. If we res the Tattoo Bola, we don't have a swap. I don't think we can afford to res it. The Venture of Guambus and Thomlock. The great statue that thumb longer. Hemlock came with those nifty trackers. Yeah, I think the trackers are tedious though. And I'd actually advise against using the trackers. Because for one moment, if you slip up and you don't use the tracker, the whole game is goofed. Like, it's cooked. Oh, they're running this. Wait, what can we do about this? Oh, maybe we should have res this because it's a cheap derez. Right, like that's the issue. Is if you mess it up, you mess it up good. And I don't think you want to mess it up. I think it's easier just to look at the stack because you can never mess it up. Okay, when you res a piece of ice during a run against a server, they're not calling this as a code gate. If you do, the res dice gains +2 strength. Only use this ability once per turn. Why do they always hide that at the bottom? So we can make a 6 strength drafter. That takes 6 credits from them. Otherwise, we can make an echo that's 3 strength. That takes 2 bullets from them. Yeah, I think we always do that because we want to derez the echo. Eric, what's cooking? Oh, we're trying Harmonics, sort of. We built a bad deck. You can derez the echo. Yeah, that's the idea. And then we re-res this echo. 6-string drafter seems good. It just, I don't know. How are you doing? The stack helped for sure until I installed Favor of the Moon. Yeah, once you get down something that like seals tokens, the math gets a bit more difficult. Okay. They haven't their Parisha credits. If they want to continue, this echo costs 2 and that leaves them on 4 credits. So he's going to continue. This really sucks. And the worst part is probably the Rashida. Now, he could goof it and like trash Brasilia Vova first and leave us of the Rashida. I think the math works out. Let's see what happens. You always access the new card first. Unless you think it's a ganked. Okay, that's bad. Vova's the most important card here. We threw out our second copy. We don't have a board state. We need fully up. What's wrong with the Echo Res? It's free because of Vova anyways. Oh, nothing. Nothing's wrong with it. It's good. It's very good. I was just trying to figure out what the future looked like. Oh, they left Vovo. That's surprising, I think. Maybe it makes sense. I think the other card's annoying. Okay. Shit. Now, this is where it gets really hard to play against Shapers. We feel like we have a window. I think the deck is not on overclock. Maybe it's on 2, but it definitely has 2 more trick shots. So like this is broken for 2 credits. This is broken for 2 credits. So the best we can do is install an upgrade with this. All right. Sometimes it just don't be like that. This is fine. Ian, how's it going? It's been really bad, man. It's been really bad out here. So I think no matter what, Hannah will check this. We'll put spin in there. And then we'll just put a Vitruvius in server 1 and try and score off of an Ikoa the following turn, like whatever. Jam and Pray. Yeah, the problem is like Jam and Pray is... Oh, actually, this does put some threat here. Drawing like me on Sunday, just agenda after agenda. Yeah. Just put them on the table. Unfortunately, without Hannah. Yeah. We'll see. Now, if they have a trick shot here, we're in a bad spot. They still can't break code gates. He hasn't been drawing a lot, I don't think. He's still 23 cards. We're down on 4 cards in hand, which is an okay spot to be. MIC on HQ is like definitely not what we want there. We'd rather have this on the remote server. This deck is on Unity. It doesn't break MIC well. It does break barriers and sentries relatively well, though. Oh, it is on overclock. Shit. I thought so. Oh, man. Imagine we switched these. I forgot with the Vovo. We actually probably should have switched them. I didn't think they would call this. I'm not even sure if it's a great call. I guess with Parisha, it becomes a bit easier. Yeah, I'm so surprised they haven't pressured HQ, but at this point, the MIC's rezzed. Yeah, if we put the agenda here, we might have had something. If they overclocked a Spin Doctor, we would have felt pretty good about it, I think. And we just need to get to threat 3 because we have ablatives. They're going to run out of bullets eventually. Nah, the deck has 3 Simul chips and then another revolver. I don't think we can actually tax them out. Oh, actually, yeah. Fuck lat draw. Not today. Not toady. All right. Look at this is where we keep all our agendas. This is definitely a hand. What the hell, man? What the hell? Okay, I think we just replace the Spin Doctor with the Spin Doctor. It eats our lat draw, which is unfortunate. So we can draw once. We're looking for a double install, but even a double install, we can't afford the install cost, right? You put the biggest ice on the right server, it looks like. Technically. You got to use the spin to fix this hand? Yeah, I think so. But I'm not worried about fixing this hand. I'm worried about jamming. Like, I generally don't want to fix a hand. I want to just, like, push. I think you want to install... We can shuffle, like, 4 agendas back, sort of. Okay, we install... What you can do is you can ASA install an agenda, install a spin doctor on top of it. Then you can trash the agenda, res the spin doctor. Like, that might be right. And then we just put a Rashida in server 3. Like, we're really bad at scoring off-worlds. That's the unfortunate truth. Thinking. So if we do off-world spin doctor, it puts us on 5. We res the spin doctor. Because it's going to eat our install anyway, so why the heck not, right? I don't think we use this spin doctor to shuffle back cards. We want to keep one in because of ablative. I'm going to try this. This seems a bit strange, but we'll try it. I've never done this. But you're allowed to do this. I know it scores off-world seamlessly here. Yeah, how's it going? You and I both. Okay. So now we can do Rashida Brasilia. Brasilia works relatively well here. Oh no, it's only when you res cards. Oh, we need a Brasilia somewhere else. I think we do Brasilia on R&D. I think we like the agendas in hand. Move Vovo? Nah. If this Rashida fires, we can be okay. I think that's all we need. We need this Rashida to fire. And then we'll be just coasting. The biggest Cybersend harvesters you've ever seen. We have Tattoo Fuel now? Yeah, the minimum we have Tattoo Bola fuel. We'll res the Tattoo Bola. We'll lose the Vovo probably, which is like not great. Definitely. But we need to have an ice in hand. They're assuming the card on R&D is maybe a Managarm. It's obviously Brasilia, which doesn't actually matter, but it puts fear. There's a Simul chip, so infinite revolvers. I don't think they can contest this. Unless they get really brave with Trick Shot, because they have SMC. They don't have their console yet, so like pulling out an SMC is a bit destructive. At some point, compilation will be a problem for us. Is Cybersand a company? Do they have a company service line? Cybersand? I think it's just dirt. Digital dirt. No, I don't think so. It's probably a joke though. All you. I like that they're checking. Back in it, baby. Working prototype. Gatekeeper. Rashida. Oh, it's so good. Okay, we got this. Off-world office in server 3. Gatekeeper out front. We're on 4 credits. We slide Vovo in. We advance once. It's not good. How many fully ops have we played? Only 1. Okay. We can make a 9 strength Gatekeeper. That seems really hard for this deck to deal with. I think we will do it. I think we have what I'd call a window. Now, what do we do for our last click? We can discard the Ikwa, that's fine. They have to run archives though for a deep dive turn, so it's like not phenomenal. I don't love putting Rashida prototype on the table because they just check it with Hannah. This deck doesn't have a Fizzarum. I don't think. Oh, it does have a Fizzarum. No, it does have a Fizzarum. I'm pretty sure the Lat deck has a Fizzarum. I just never... No, it has a Palongi? Does it have a Fizzarum? So like if we put something on the table, we're basically jettisoning it, which is not great. We can put another ice on the table, but we can't afford it. Also not particularly great. We can save Tattoo Bola working prototype for another turn and discard 2. I don't want to discard 2 though. I'll just put the prototype on the table, whatever. Oh, we're weak to pinhole as it is. Take a cred, best action ever. It's not the worst idea. But if prototype survives, we can click for 3. Oh, we can like barely score out this off-world. We actually can't even afford to score out this off-world. I don't think I realize how poor we are. We probably should put the Rashida on the table. I don't know. We'll see what happens here. Like, there's a lot of things that can go really poorly for us. We needed that one credit. Yeah, we kind of did, didn't we? Because Gatekeeper rezzes for 1, score for 3. Yeah, we needed the credit. You're 100% right. SMC? Could have popped spin and used server 1? You know what? That would have been way better. Okay. This is bad. This is really bad. Plays trick shot the corporation. Yeah, this is not good. So Ablative Barrier want to not res. Now we know that there's 5 points here. There's 2 points on the table, 5 points in hand. So it's not the R&D run matters. If they trash the Brasilia Government Grid, we're actually relatively happy about it. But we need to keep their money tied up, and rezzing the Ablative is not going to keep their money tied up. So I don't think we res here. Now they did get rid of the Prisha, so we can consider rezzing a working prototype. Wait, was it right to res the Ablative to res the Brasilia to derez the Echo? No, because... No. You know what would have been a great upgrade in this deck for money? Tranquility Home Grid. Yeah, but you see how good the Brasilia has been? And it's been consistent. It just does something on every turn. They didn't trash it. Okay, so it doesn't do anything. They have 6 credits. Yeah, well, this is not bad. It's not good. They have 8 credits. This Gatekeeper is only 6 strength. Why did I think this Gatekeeper was 3 strength? Why did I think it was a 9 strength Gatekeeper? It's not. Why did I think this was so good? Now hear me out. This is not bad for us. Besides the losing thing. But like this is still an expensive server for how cheaply we put it together. You think it was Brasilia? Yeah, it was, wasn't I? Yeah, there's a Palongi. So the Unity. Brasilia would have made it, yeah, but Brazilia's only here. And it's only for the remainder of that run, and this is a second run, so it doesn't work. I just thought I had Brasilia on this server for some reason. I'm not sure why. They made it a barrier? Is that cheaper? I guess it preserves bullets. Wait, this seems expensive. Is this credit perfect? Is this actually credit perfect? We put Brasilia on R&D for some reason? Yeah, I did it a couple turns ago. I think we might have had a Brasilia in here, but that might have been wrong. They didn't respect it. Like, they didn't respect the upgrade. This is credit perfect. Oh, shit. Ikwa would have survived. They're getting away with murder. Where did this Palongi come from? SMC from hand. Okay, so they still have Simulchip. We could have rezzed the prototype. Hold the phone. Fire all. I don't think you can do that. You're not allowed to do that. That's not good for you. So now we can return a fully op to hand and put a Spin Doctor on top of the Vovo. Yeah, I don't think you want to fire a Drafter here. What's the best thing to pull in hand? Fully op is good because of all the problems we have. And I think we just put a Spin Doctor on top of server 3. We're good. Yeah, I think they had to break that for 2. Reminder, you've already res Spin Doctor? Yeah, that's totally fine. Until they run Archives. I won't res it. Fire all, yeah. Because even if they go in there and they pay 2 just to try and threaten the Spin Doctor, it's not good for them. Okay, this is good. They have a click and 2 credits. Hello? I guess we'll res this. Ooh, Luminal. That's in the deck. That's a good card. I'm putting the Brasilia back in. They couldn't fully break both Drafter and Echo. I thought they could. It was 2 for Drafter, 1 for... Oh, it's 2 for Echo. You're right. So they were credit short. I did the math wrong. I thought it was 1 for Echo. But the Echo has text. Very good. Very, very good. What are we putting back in? Ablative Barrier is getting better. R&D is getting soft. We have a Vovo on the table. Cyber Sand is obviously the joke option. Cohort's pretty fun. Probably be Rashida. Get the Cyber Sand back. That's why we're here. We're going to stay here. Oh man, this prototype could have done something, but I think if we res it, they would have considered trashing it. I wonder if they're respecting this to be a... Yeah, good. They're respecting it to be a Rashida. If they trash it for 2, we're happy. Because I've got no monies. And we have this This is our hand. No Hannah? So true. No Hannah. Yeah, that's a mistake. Yeah, they should get a click here. Yeah, they didn't use Hannah this turn. You could have Hannah that BQ dub. I love seeing harvesters in the wild. Brandon, you're probably a runner player, huh? Just take a look. My sentence structure is so often sentence, comma, something. Okay. Make it stop. Okay, so we want to put wage workers in server 1. We want to put off-world in server 3. Now this server is relatively cheap. Gatekeepers 2 credits. This is 2 credits. This is 2 credits. I say 6 credits is relatively cheap. I wish we had another upgrade here to like confuse the runner. We could also push out the luminal. What's the install cost? So we can make another server. That's an option. So we could do Rashida server, ice it up. We could do wage workers in server 1. Unfortunately, we don't have enough clicks unless then we res the wage workers, but then we're short 1. We're literally short 1 credit. Right? If we do Rashida Tatubola or whatever drafter, probably Tatubola, then we do wage workers in here. Then we can res the wage workers, install an agenda on top of Vovo. We'll have no credits, we'll have a click back, so we can't fully up. We're 1 credit short. Damn, Tranquility would have been great. Stop it, I know. Tranquility's a good card. Brasilia is not that good. If only we'd taken 1 cred last turn, yeah, it would have been good. But if only we didn't play Cyber Sand in the deck. Okay, so I think our better option is to put wage workers in server 1, off-world in server 3. I just want to do like the I want to get another ice on here. We'll never afford it, but it would be cool, right? Like a Tattoo Bolo would be pretty sick. So this costs 1, 2, 3. Are there copies of Rhyme in here? Seems like a great Brasilia target. It's a really good Brasilia target, Mushin. I don't think it's as good in Asa, but it's a lot better in something that's playing like more long servers. But I forgot about that. It's not a bad target at all. Especially because you can res it whenever. It's a really good target. But I think it's like probably a sort of Thunderbolt card. Where like having the ability to res it whenever is like really tricky. Rhyme's good in general. It's not good everywhere because it's not good for these sort of like 1 ice server decks, I don't think. I don't imagine it is. But 2 or 3 ice server decks is good. Sorry, I need to focus. Wow, 1 credit actually really matters here. We could do a bad fully op. We could fully op to gain 3. Well, then we might as well install in server 1, but then we don't get the ace install. So if we install in server 1 with the wage workers, we fully op to gain 5, and then we just put the thing in there, like whatever. Triple install WW flop, we're short 1 credit. Because we have to res the wage workers for 2, we're down to 0. If we had 3 credits, that's exactly what we would do. Install Rashid on new with Tattoo, then Luminal, then fully op. I mean, it's the best, but then we might as well just use this. I just think they might consider running this. They would have to have another overclock or another trick shot. Maybe they don't. Whatever, I'm just going to do the play. So we need a fully op here or get a Rashida on the table if we want to. We'll just get money. Whatever, fine. Move Vovo. Yeah, okay. I don't believe in another trick shot. They have 19 cards, so maybe not. Move Vovo back to R&D. I think they know what R&D is. I'm not too concerned. Yeah, they took a turn off. That's great. So now we can start doing tempo crime. Latra, all you. Do they know where every spin doctor is? No, they don't. All right, let's get a good turn. Oh shit, where's our money? Where's our money? So we can do credit, get a wage workers click. And then we would have a couple clicks left. We could do install Rashida in server 1, install off-world office. The other options, we can do the triple install play, but it's not that good. So I think we do triple credit, double install. A very funny turn. I don't know why we're pushing the off-road. We should just push the Ikwa. I think we need the money, though. And if they overextend on this off-road, we can push the Ikwa. That might be wrong. I wonder if they're just setting up for a deep dive once they're on 2 points. 1 Ikwa's in R&D. That's the most important thing here, but maybe we should just push for the Ikwa. Next turn, we'll be on 5 cards in hand with an off-road office. We actually probably don't fire Rashida. If we don't fire the Rashida, they think it's a double wage workers, and that protects the wage workers. But you don't always have to fire Rashida right away. And if we don't res it or anything, they think it's a wage workers. We also could have had, instead of, like, imagine every Cyber Send was the powers that be. Things would be a lot better. They could contest this now with wage workers on the table. We also actually should have considered maybe installing the off-road with another ice here. That might have been better too. I think getting another ice here is important. Since Ikwa takes a click, you can't steal in something else even with a +1 click dive. Yeah, they have to pop Hannah. So if they pop Hannah, they can only steal the Ikwa. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's not that bad. So they have 2 clicks here to figure it out. Again, the server's not that expensive to run. But I'm assuming they don't want to do it unless they get a trick shot or an overclock. And now the Ablative Barrier actually does like fucked up shit. Like with this Ablative Barrier, we can put a Tranquility Grid in server 3 and then put an ice in front of it. There's not a Tranquility, a Brasilia, the better one. Ikwa's the bane of my DDR. Yeah, you need tech for it. Like that's why you need the, what's it called? The Peach Champ, which we see like no Peach Champ modernly. Sick. Okay, this is a Hannah run. So we res Tattoo Bola for free. That gives us a SWIP swap. If they break it. They could choose not to break it, but it's not like we've invested anything with Vovo. Too bad you can't Whistleblower during Deep Dive. Oh yeah, Deep Dive's only installed cards, right? Or is that not the case? But it's a card you're accessing maybe? There's definitely like, I could see many reasons why it doesn't work. I'm not sure exactly what the text is. Okay, they're breaking it. That means we can swap. They take down our Vovo, but we can get down onto the table. Let's get a nice old drafter. Choose a card to install. We have no reason to. Whistle is on success. Oh, even worse. Oh, we love having 9 credits. That was a +4 credit play. Ooh, left us the Vovo. Okay. They know we have a Tattoo in hand. Purging the Pelongi doesn't make sense with Silent Chip. Tattoo and Vovo are a crime. You don't see a lot of it. No, it's all you. But it feels so good. I think we'll just go to game point. We actually could have considered over installing, but it's pretty rough. Move Vovo. Yeah, I think so. Even Chrism dunks on Whistleblower. Really? I can't believe it's not a like not like a film critic. Even Chrism Grid. Stone Ship, okay. So they're setting up. They realize next turn we can be on points in many ways. Like it actually might be in our best interest to put an agenda in 3 and agenda in 1. Now if they get both of them, they win. MIC Ikwa seems pretty good, and with Vovo we should be able to afford it. Tempt the R&D run to Ablative and the Rashida. Yeah. Yeah, the Ablative and the Brasilia is like kind of fun. Okay, agenda's in hand. So what do we do here? Wage workers might not survive. So we have to consider advancing the Ikwa because we're not on a Holloman deck. So if we do install in server 3, we can install on top of it. I would say an MIC is within the realm of rezzing because we can res it for 4. We install it for 3. So that puts us to 4 + 7. So we have 5. That's enough for the Ikwa. Now it doesn't give us that much money to res other stuff, which is important, but Ablative could be good. I'll look away for a minute. The deck is scoring things. I thought it was supposed to flop. No, it has flop. It's good. Flop is a good card. Droids, it's been okay. I think our opponent had some good pressure, but they have kind of laid off the aggression for a couple turns. I think they're trying to set up a deep dive. You put both off-world and Vit down and advance the off-world. I think that's another good line, is that they have to respect this to be the Ikwa. So if we do that in server 3, we do the Vit in server 1, and then hope one of them stays. That's also kind of fun. Now, if they steal all of them, we lose. No, we don't. I like the line better than the Ikwa. So we should try and do a triple install, right? Wheels make it, that's the thing is like, I think they wheels server 1 for free. But wheels server 1 drafter costs 2 credits. This costs currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's expensive. At this point, they probably have the second overclock and or the third trick shot, arguably. They've gone through a fair bit. They can also Steve HQ if they really need to get a trick shot and overclock. I don't think it totally makes sense, but they break MIC for like 3 credits. That's not that bad. It's your third install with wage workers? Yeah, but I just don't know what our third wage workers install would be. Like, I think we want R&D to be easy to run. So if anything, we could do like MIC server 1 with Vitruvius, off-rolled server 3. Then we can, fuck, we have to put the Vovo over here. Yeah, whatever. Let's just try and make a play. I'm not sure this is the best play. Off-roll Asa Echo server 3. Vitruvius and Tattoo server 1 advance. I was going to do the Tattoo Bola because it's free cash, but I think we have to go with the MIC. That makes this, what is this? This is 4, this is 5. It's expensive. So we can install, we can advance the off-world office. Ice Archives, I don't think it really matters. I'd rather Ice HQ to stop Steve getting a trick. I didn't do the math. Something like this. You can install Tattoo Summer Still or Echo. Yeah, exactly. I would rather do the Tattoo because if they go through it, we make 4 credits. It might have been right for the MIC to be a Tattoo, but MIC actually has really good text on this last turn. So there's a lot of running they can do. They can still win here. It'd be pretty sick if they do. But this looks like a good enough board state. I think the problem is going to be money. Right? Like MIC we res for 4, drafter we res for 1, so we're down to 4 credits. We need 3 to win. Do we have Skunk in the bin? No, we have no defensive upgrades, Chris. We're on a weird Brasilia Cybersand deck, which like, don't look into it too much. But our defensive upgrade is Brasilia. If we had a Managarm here, we'd be in a really good spot, that's for sure. Our opponent did let us fire a drafter a while ago, which like was pretty good for us on a swing run. It let us save an agenda. But I think they're probably not going to do that again because that felt bad. Hey, Gyro. Yeah, it's weird. It's a scary board state for the runner, not even considering double agenda. Exactly, yeah. So server 1 and 3 are both agendas. The gambit is which I can steal both because stealing either nets you the win. Yeah, if there's 2 agendas. You need both for sure. Wage workers could matter if one is a 5-3, but then there's always seamless. So it's hard. I'm not trying to bait our opponent, but like if you're thinking that there's a seamless involved, trashing the wage workers is kind of important. Now they know that we're on Vitruvius, so having a Vitruvius means the wage workers doesn't matter, but it's slightly more complicated. Even one of these being a cohort could technically be a thing. Like server 3 is an agenda, server 1's a cohort, so that's cohort wage workers, but that doesn't actually make a lot of sense either. The real side game. Yeah. Yeah, I think they understand how things have been going. They haven't seen a lot of agendas, right? Like this is, I want to say relatively late. He says looking at turn 13, but it makes sense that there's 2 agendas on the table. Laundry, we're gonna start archives. Oh, we're gonna start the remote server. Cool. 8 credits. This seems like a really good start for them. Shit. Wait, they can do everything, I think. Are we getting cooked? I think we're getting cooked. They can just run this. They had 8 credits. We'll see again. Running this early is good before the Echo gets slightly worse. Echo's not good. Are we 2 hours in? We are exactly 2 hours in. This is the point where all the ideas that we had were really bad, and that's fine. We tried them. But then they'll be so poor we can jam Ikwa next turn? Yeah, maybe. Like if they do spend a lot on this, like that's okay for us because we can do install advance. I think it'll be fine. That being said, like Revolver Pelagi, sometimes they cheat around stuff relatively cheaply. But they did the math here exactly so they have Ikwa credits. Like they did a great job if they think this is an Ikwa. Great start. So they're on 7 credits. They can just run HQ and win. They still have Hannah? Like, we have some problems. That was the easy one? Yeah, not wrong. Solid server, obviously agenda. Could be an NGO. Server 1 could be anything. Could be an agenda. Yeah. It's weird. The deck only has on one decoder. It's Unity, which is like, it's okay. It's not bad. But like, it's actually, Pelongi's doing a lot of work here. And you can get 2 Pelongis on the table. The revolver's also empty. You definitely need an interface to break this. So if it's a drafter, it's subroutine, doesn't matter. What's really neat, and I saw Sokka doing this on a stream recently, like if you're going to break this drafter, sometimes you want to spend 1 counter and you want to throw the revolver just to get it in the bin. Because sometimes when simulchip, it gets a bit ugly. Credit. That's a great start for us because we have MIC. Unless they Hannah it. If they Hannah server 1, we're cooked. No! This is not good for us. Money actually might matter though. Disrespect the MIC. Yeah, with Hannah though, they don't. All right, well. Perfect line. So this is gonna matter a bit. I think they're just gonna propel her through the MIC. Oh god, this is so bad for us. Disrespect the double MIC. I don't think we can. Oh yeah, we can afford it. They have good lines here. They're making the Pelongi look really good. I know when I played this deck, I did not like keep the Pelongi as an option. I think we're playing into more of a virus decks than we were playing today. But this seems pretty good. Okay. So the question is, do we pop this right now? The MIC. Now, this doesn't look like an Ikoa, as much as we could do advance seamless with the wage workers. So now the drafter here is slightly annoying. And this is exactly what I mean, that you want to throw the gun. Because they didn't throw the gun, they can't get this revolver back. Right? Like this drafter fires. And this is something I saw from Sokka, is like when you break this drafter, you actually want to throw the gun because there are board states in which the gun is untrashable. The other option is when they install the Pelongi, they should have overinstalled the gun because now the gun is jammed. It's literally a gun jam, and now the drafter fires. Right? Like, isn't this cool? I haven't run into this problem myself, but it's an actual problem on this board state. Oh shit, yeah, you can. But you have to interface twice. So they can do it, it's just very expensive. Yeah, they can boost and throw it out. But that's what I mean, when you want to overinstall the revolver on your terms, it can save you a lot of money. Yeah, they'd have to interface twice. So this means this costs them 4 credits, which still keeps them in the safe spot to like deal with Ikoa. Exactly. Yeah, I forgot the revolver can trash itself. But almost that was a big problem. It's still not great. Like they're losing 2 credits on this interaction. I'd argue that that's probably not worth the safety. A gun joke included. Do you pop MIC here? I don't think so. I think we need MIC for the scoring server. Like I think we need MIC to win, but I'm not 100% sure. Can I choose a trash revolver to activate the simulchip despite already having a trash program? What's the text on this? Can I choose the trash revolver? No. I've been liking revolver due to all the thinking it can need to pay off big. I think it's just a really good breaker. I think you do because you have a code gate and a sentry on S3. Yeah, but they'll have a revolver and a Pelongi, right? Like, I think the server is just more expensive. It's about the same. Well, they'll have no more simulchips, but like next turn they can just break this by like Pelonging the Gatekeeper for 2 credits, Drafter for 2, Echo for 2. Like on their board state next turn, Chris, they'll break this for 6. I'm not sure. I don't feel like server 1's gonna be relevant again. It actually might be a better server. Like if we're jamming Ikwa, the text on MIC actually matters. Letting you get fully out back. Oh, nice. Thank you. Right? Are we pushing next turn though? I think we have to, otherwise they'll recover. We're in rough shape. Yeah, you're right. Actually, we probably can't push. Oh, okay. It was legally binding. You wrote it. Sorry, I have to do it now. You can't just send me a contract and be like, I put an ellipsis at the end of the contract. Tank, what the hell? Still have echo credits if I break. Yeah, totally. Yeah, you will. MIC might have a word. But it's probably not an Ikua. It'd be pretty ridiculous for this to be an Ikua. Did they do the double boost? They did it. Crossed my fingers when I wrote the contract, yeah. All right, they did it. They shot and threw. 4 credits breaks the drafter. It's sick. Okay. It might. Okay, so let's think about this. If we crack the MIC now, they either have to end the run, which gives them a Hannah tag, and they end up tagless, which I don't think it matters that much. Unless we top deck a Greasing the Palm, which there's 2 and 15. That'd be incredible. Or we let this go. I think it takes a click from them. That's actually pretty good. Yeah, I'm just gonna do it. I'm gonna crack it. Because they also might think this is an Ikua and walk away. They spend the click. Yeah, it makes sense. Did you top deck a bifurcation? It's that easy sometimes. They may think it pop. Yeah, I think at this point they've sunk so much effort into this, they have to like not expect it's an Ikua. And I think Ikua is such a rare, like, we need wage workers and seamless and credit perfect. Revolver is nice for gun puns. When the Nug, you have a right to bear arms. No, honestly, Jacob, I don't like puns. That was good. Oh shit! Shit, it was so good. Do we just do Greasing advance? Can they push next turn? If they have overclock and trick shot, like how the hell am I meant to tell what they're able to do? It's so hard. We also lost the damn Vovo. I wanted the Vovo. How did they trash the Vovo? Because they had 2 credits. Okay. All right. Great play. Great turn. Let me think. Okay, so we can Greasing the Ikua. What does Brasilia do? Good question. When you res an ice on this server, you can res a different ice on any server to get +3 strength for that run. So it doesn't do anything unless we get one on server 3. It also doesn't matter because all our ice is rezzed. If they trick shot, we get a Ablative value. That's really good. Ablative value means we can get back an unrezzed ice, an echo from hand, and we can get what's it called? Brasilia. Like trick shot's actually kind of okay for us. So I don't think they have an overclock because yeah, they would have overclocked one of those runs, that's for sure. So he's working with 0 credits. So we just do Greasing Ikua advance, just so we don't have to respect the wage workers. That puts us on game point. We keep an echo in hand, and then the echo is super important because if we do get a what's it called? A flick flack with the Brasilia firing and the Ablative firing, we can install something from our hand and then install in front of server 3. I'm just gonna go for it. Do we ace of the echo? I don't think we have enough money, right? Because then we go down to 6. Echo goes up here. That echo is pretty good, but then we have to res the echo. So echo is -1, 2, 3. We could trash the Gatekeeper, but I don't think we do. You do if you overwrite something, but I think the drafter is really good. The Gatekeeper's good because it taxes at the Pelongi. So we'd have to do the math, right? So let me do the math. Greasing goes to 6. Echo goes on server 3. Then we install the echo. It costs us 1, 2, 3. So we're down to 3 credits. That's not good. Just derez the Gatekeeper? Yeah. Echo's pretty funny. The propeller's pretty bad. You can derez on a different server if I read the card. You can, yeah. So we'll derez this echo. But I don't think we use this Brasilia. We will use this Brasilia because it's free. So we'll use this Brasilia to derez this echo. Yeah, I think we just need the credits. I think we're just Greasing Ikua. Because if this does go our way, like we can derez the echo or the Gatekeeper. Both of them are pretty good for us. If only we get divert power, it's not, no, you can't. It doesn't work like that. Yeah, I think we just need to keep our credits up. Because now we have 1 credit to spare, which is just about what we have. Admittedly, if we res the Ablative, we're bankrupt. Don't worry about it. Divert power doesn't do anything. Like, what are we diverting power? We're paying 2 so we can res a Tattoo Bull on our turn. Like, I know you're joking, but the card doesn't do anything. I'm guessing that came up in deck building. It definitely did. So they're on 0 credits. You're right. I don't think they have the trick shot. I don't think the overclock because they would have played it last turn. They know exactly what the server costs them, which is 8 credits. So they have to make 8 credits and have a click left. Now with Hannah, this is generally kind of scary. They would have to top deck into, the only playable econ here is overclock or trick shot. But they have functionally here is 5 to 6 click turn because they can use Hannah because they understand it's the end of the game. So this is going to be kind of tight. We could lose. I think Ablative gets Rashida. I think we might have to get defensive upgrade, but if we res the Ablative, we can't score. So I don't know if we actually res the Ablative. They could top deck creative. If they do top deck creative, click for credit, play creative, they have 1 click with Hannah. I don't think they can do it. If they let drafter fire, we can just put the Ikua in archives. and then hopefully not lose. R&D is drafter almost certain. I run it and you Brasilia to Derez Echo. I can't break, bad things happen. I get one look. Come on down. I'm not going to interact with that line. I don't know. I think we didn't res it on R&D, but we can't afford to res on R&D. We just have a money issue. Res the Ablative to Rashida to have credits to score next turn. Yeah, but if they trash the Rashida, we don't have credits to score next turn, and then we lose. Right? Like if they just run the Rashida, we're cooked. You and me both. How do they trash Rashida? Break a drafter, I think? Pinhole? I don't know. Maybe? Sokka's Econ, Kwisatz, Haderach. Dune. That's a Dune thing. I don't know how to spell those words. Well, he's right. Yeah, probably. I'm assuming that's some sort of wizard. Play random lance, they're poor. Yeah, I know. Sokka can like generate econ from stone. Play Sokka, why are you so rich? He just runs the right stuff. I think Tank is a good replay to watch. Because I think also the game going this way this long is some result because Tank did not pressure the right servers at the right time. I think he was too lat-pilled. He's an alchemist, turns base cards into gold. Wage workers are relevant. That's correct. I agree. I don't mind cocking the lines. Okay. Sokka's a draw for overclock and click for credits doesn't get me to 3 correct. Wage workers are relevant. If you res drafter, you can't afford to score, so I guess that's a line. That sounds about right. 2 credits are equal? Yeah. All right, they're going for it. There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 2 agendas and 14. So our options here, they have 1 click left, so they can't steal the Ikawa. So if we... Tang is honestly playing well. I think the deck is just too weird. The deck has a narrow margin on success. That's true. Okay, so now we have to mess it up. If we res an Ablative Barrier with a Brasilia, we can de-res this Echo. I don't think that matters. Just let him in. It's a... Technically, if we res the Ablative Barrier, he cannot steal the Ikawa, so there's a 1 in 14. He still has Hannah, though, which we have to respect. Because if he cracks the Hannah, which he probably should have cracked, I think. If he cracks the Hannah, he can do credit, run our Rashida, we lose. So I think we roll the die on the 1 in 7. That we just don't lose on R&D. But if we res the Ablative, we go down to 2. Brasilia Government Grid. Ablative lets us install something in a different server. Res for Rashida and put it on server 5, so even if they run it, you have Tattoo into Echo to get econ back. Yeah, that's pretty good, actually. Unless it gets pinholed. Has he played the 1 pinhole? He's played the 1 pinhole. They can trash hand and overclock if there is one. Yeah, that's the worst case, but at least if it's Tattoo Bola. But then if he reses the Tattoo Bola, then we're forked. Yeah, I think that's a good line. Yeah, that's creative. And this protects a 1 in 7. So, Brasilia... Wait, what was I meant to do with Brasilia? Oh, sorry. Can you run back? I did the order wrong. I think? Wait. No, it's fine. I just have to do the Ablative first. This will be a big Ablative. Okay, sorry. So Rashida goes into server 5. Okay. Now choose a non-agenda card, fine. D-Rose another piece of ice to give Ablative +3 strength. +3 strength is not important because he can revolver through it. But it means that he can't steal the 1 agenda, so it's 1 in 7. We're on 2 credits. We res Tattoo Bola, we go down to 0, but then Rashida survives. So then we can de-res something else. If we de-res as a Tattoo Bola, it puts us on 0. So am I. Sorry. Still working on Brazil. So I think we can choose to de-res the Echo. If he revolves through a Plunky, he can't get the Gatekeeper right? No, he can't. If he has exactly an overclock in our hand, he could go to 2 clicks. He can overclock, like... I think we're fine. Something like that. I don't know. There's like a chance that he does Hannah overclock, but then I don't think he has enough money. Why not de-res the drafter on server 1? Because the Echo can get bigger. And now we're threatening a 3 subroutine Echo. Right? Like we could derez the drafter at no cost. That's totally true. But a 3-cost overclock. Did they draw? No, they're not drawing. No way they're holding on to overclock. Tang might be, because Tang understands to overclock server 3, he doesn't get in. What did we lose to? Hannah, Hush, Run, server 1? Okay. So this puts us at 0. Our margins are so narrow. His lines were drawing for overclock. I don't think so, Joe, because he was on 0 credits. So if he does like draw, Rashida credit overclock, I still think he has IQA problems. Yeah, very good fork here. Yeah, the tattoo bullet fork was really, really good. Boned either way. Yeah, that's the hope. Dice to pinhole. The deck only has 1 and it's in the heap. But if it's a pinhole, we just click for credits, I think. Like everything else, yeah. That's... Oh, I might not have ice. Up to you to make that guess. You can't res Echo if Tattoo Bullet goes through. But if we can't res the Echo, he can't run server 3 because he doesn't have Echo clicks. Yeah, so we'll bait out the res here. This is not disrespect. It's I think you have to make that choice. You also don't end up with a tag, which probably doesn't matter. But now he doesn't have clicks for Echo, so we should have it. He can run R&D. Oh, he had no money? Oh, GG. Yeah, GG. Great game. Top of the deck. Oh! Yo, Ikawa was on top. Yo, that's incredible. They had the line. We actually had to res the ablative, I think. Did they have an opportunity to like Palangi Revolver through? Was it the 1 in 14? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Because of this, not the strength. The strength doesn't matter because propeller. Yeah, it was 1 credit short. That's incredible. Pretty great game. Really great plays the last couple of turns. I think you did those. I think those were perfect. My pleasure. I like playing more like that than not. Wow. Oof. And like that's the abstract idea of why Brasilia is good. Is it better than Tranquility? No. Can you run more than 1 region? Technically, not on the same server. But it gives you some really weird lines. I think they did such a good job the last couple turns specifically. Hannah for extra credit would have been enough. Tragedy, yeah. I think they should have pre-cracked Hannah to respect that. Like there's a chance that they could pre-cracked Hannah to run R&D and then click for credit to access to get through whatever this was. And they had a very narrow line. It was a 1 in 14, but you're right. I think they should have just clicked 1. Unless they thought they're going to run server 5, you could use the Hannah sooner than later. But it's good to check that. Brasilia, obviously the best grid. I guess Cybersand is good. Oh god, if we get Cybersand with this deck, we probably have a better deck. Thanks. The early game was pretty rough. There were a couple turns where if you ran HQ, I think I lose. But I now know you're not on burner. I was holding 7 points or 2. Zero string barriers for propellers curious though. Yeah, it's not good. The echoes are not good. It's like, it's the unfortunate thing. It's like all the Brasilia support is just better to derez ablatives, gatekeepers, to make 6-strength drafters. Like all that is better than playing the bad cards. Bad cards in quote, gatekeeping. Pun intended. Yeah. Oh, totally. It had to go there because of the pressure. For what's worth, I think against HB, you often DJ into Steve. So sorry, Sable. So you can deep dive. Yeah, I think HB a lot of times you'll go into Sable more consistently. I wonder if banning Trent Grid makes people play different regions or HB just plays the next best thing. I think HB will have an econ problem. I don't think it's something you can just ban and hope that they do okay. I don't know what they'd play. It might open some flexibility where you could see like Lacosta HB, like no joke. It might open something up. Yeah, Yeah, 2 deep dive in hand. Yeah, for sure. Very first version of PD played Lacosta. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Maybe they would play something else. I think what I'm surprised that we haven't seen, and we're only starting to see it now and mostly out of op decks, is like Tranquility Home Grid is only 2 influence, right? Like, why are we not playing Tranquility in everything? It's 2 influence. Like putting it as a splash in like your op deck, people are doing it, but like you can play it in yellow, you can play it in Shinteki. I think people played it in Atea a bit, but like it just seems so good. That's wild to think about it. I was very some chance of nabbing 5 points from it. You're trying to cup from broader look into HQ. Yeah, I was scared of the cup. Happy to see it in the bin. It'd be nice if the other options had better res trash ratios. Trank is so good because whether the trash it or leave it, you end up coming out ahead. Yeah, and arguably the res trash ratio on Tranquility is absurd. Like it is buck wild. It is way better than it should be. Yeah, you just bring it back. Throwing out your cards isn't that big of a deal. Yeah, throwing out your programs is not that big a deal in a shaper. Like the simul chips mattered because Plongi Revolver mattered. But like if they, that's the thing is like once it's in the heap, they're shredding it on every single axis so they can just simul chip for a compilation. Thanks for your game. Is Trank that faction defining? Asa is fully off. PD has off-worlds and sports. I think Tranquility Home Grid is the best HB economy card barring fully operational. And like fully operational only gets played in Asa. And I think Tranquility Home Grid is still good in Asa. Res trash numbers are so much of the is this asset upgrade playable calculus. It's getting a bit better. Like for what it's worth, we were pretty down on it when the set came out, but a lot of the cards in this set have more reasonable res to trash cost ratios. You still see a bunch of cards that are just like numerically absurd. I think Amani Sanai, Warrior Tracker, like those cards, the numbers on them don't make a lot of sense. But like now you're seeing more cards like, I think Brasilia Government Grid is also notably kind of wild, but 3 is like so much more doable than 4 emotionally. But things like, you know, Vovo is probably still worth something. Cyber Sand was good for us because it got trashed, I guess. Wage Workers is notably also, it's like, I don't know. I think in RWR, we saw everything being too trash cost, which I'm not complaining about that because it's more about like time and tactics than it is just raw numbers, which I think that's more interesting. All 3 of those decks play Trank? Yeah. And I think Trank is the best econ card in PD by a mile. Way better than Greasing or Hedge Fund or whatever you're playing Regolith. It'd be funny to see if the shift when more of the high trash cost FFG era stuff rotates. Yeah, no, I think we're getting there. There's still relatively high trash cost stuff in NSG, but a lot of the like really weird high trash cost numbers were from back in the day because we had Wizard at some point. We had a lot of other trash synergy stuff. Still want to me as an old ETF player that Nico isn't that popular. Just a bit too slow. I do think Nico did show up in some of the good Asa decks, but like PD, you want to put something in the remote server every single turn. Like your best game plan is seamless, push a second agenda. So like Nico doesn't make a lot of sense. Yeah. Hey, we have NANPC in just a weekend. I thought something that might be fun to do. Let me know if you want this. I have a kit. So I have a box that I bring to an event. And I think something that might be nice is for people who are organizing tournaments to show you what I bring to a tournament when I'm organizing a tournament. I also want to be very clear. I'm not a big tournament organizer. This is the second large tournament I've ever organized. But I want to show you what it looks like in terms of prep and what I think you should bring. And if you have any like tips or hints, we'd like to know it. Do you want to see what a tournament organizing box looks like? I expect plenty of people have kit on. Okay. I've been cutting Tranks on my PD. Terrence, what are you playing that slot? It's pretty good right now. Dump it out. Okay, Cody, how's it going? Let's do it. Okay, we're gonna go wide. It's just over here. Give me 1 second. Okay. I don't have the best camera for this, but this is the box that we bring to the tournament. It's a white box you get from IKEA, and we're not gonna get a good view of it. I'll just pull things out, but I just want to show you what I bring to a tournament, how much stuff goes on to making this stuff happen, right? So this is the box, and it has everything we need in it to bring to an event. So stuff that we have in this, in no particular order, but this is all the stuff that we've accrued to run a tournament. Big old box of pens. This is for writing down, what's it called? Match slips. Match slips we still don't have. We'll be printing those at the event, but we bought a box of pens for like $2. These are really, really good to have these. I'll always keep pens. We also got Sharpies. These are for name tags. I think name tags is something that I'm appreciating more than ever at Netrunner tournaments, and they're not super common. So we have these from last year. This is just a roll of like really cheap hello my name is name tags. And when people show up, we ask them generally to write their name down. If they want to do their handle, that's fine. And then preferred pronouns are super important. I think name tags were like dibs purple. Yeah, me too. Were like one of the biggest things that were like kind of very notable last year when we did CanNats, that people were coming into the store and they were like Magic players or Flesh and Blood players, and they're like, why do people here have name tags? And then they realize like the tone and the mood of the room is slightly different when everybody wants to know everyone, and like being comfortable introducing yourself and meeting people and not getting misgendered or all any of that other garbage that can show up with that doesn't happen. Name tags, literally the cheapest thing you can buy, but 10 out of 10. I think it is such a great thing to improve the mood and the vibe of the room, and it's like very noticeable from people who are on the outside of Netrunner, which is great. Are the name tags faction colored? No, people can take whatever they want. I just say whatever color you want. I take purple. Other things that are in here. Okay, we have some old prize support, not prize support, some old stuff. So I have a bunch of old sets of like Ashes. I'm not sure if this is Downfall or Uprising. I think it's Uprising. We have some Midnight Sun. We have some old, what are these called? Magnum Opus, and some more Ashes stuff. These we like to have around. Generally, if there's a new player showing up and they don't have cards, we'll just raffle these off amongst new players that are missing these cards. This is something that I don't expect many people to have all around, but we have a couple of these from the community, or when you do a bulk order and you order extras on accident, or people don't pick their stuff up and it's 6 years later and you don't feel bad about giving them to someone else. We have these on hand. They're nice. They're not necessary, but we have them here, so we're going to bring them because I don't want to keep them. I have sleeves. These are more prize support sleeves. I think it's nice to have extra sleeves, but we're at a game store, so if your sleeves break, sorry, give the game store money. But I have some extra old sleeves to use as like a bit of small prize support. I found these really cheap. These are the old FFG sleeves that they don't make for a long time. They're not bad, and they have old art on them, but keeping these around as little prize support is kind of nice. And in the panic, if someone needs sleeves, we technically do have sleeves, but again, we're at a game store, and they'd like to have your money. Thank you. Other stuff, it gets less interesting, I think, from here. Always have tape, always have scissors, just in case things come up. We're also filming, mind you, and some of the filming stuff we have is not in this box. So like stand for the phone, the light is on top of the camera, that'll be on top of here, and then we have to have a battery pack and cables to lead to the wall. Extension cords, tape, all that sort of stuff, super important for filming stuff, but that's really, really nice. This is a bag. This is, you're gonna be reaching your hand inside. It's always nice to have a bag, and in here, we're gonna have all the birds. So please buy your tickets so we know how many birds to make. And all the birds are gonna be in that bag. Did you say snare sleeves? I do have snare sleeves. I only have 2 of these. A bit of a secret, this is a birthday present for a player who's been playing snare sleeves for a long time, and he's run out of snare sleeves because they're in bad condition. It's his birthday on the weekend, and I had old snare sleeves, so he's gonna get them. Don't tell him. It's gonna be a live stream or recording. It's just gonna be recording, Alex. So it's gonna be a table. We're just gonna be filming it. It'll be up just like last year CanNats, maybe a couple weeks later. Okay, other stuff. The NPC dice. Does not have my address on it. No, it doesn't. It has Dan's name on it. These are the NANPC dice, which we're going to keep because we have these. We have playmats. We have playmats from, this is the shitter ones, the see how they run playmats. These are still wrapped in paper. Shout out to NSG, who now serves their stuff in paper instead of plastic. Sick. Love it. We have other playmats. These are from a CO last year. I didn't do anything with these. These are the 2023 ones. I think I also have T. Burden's playmat that he left at CanNats. I'm not raffling that. I'm just going to give that back to him if he shows up. And then the final stuff is just another bag in case. We have this. This came up last year. I'm glad to have these. We had a player last year who hurt and had a mobility issue with his hand. So we picked up these 2 rails. And so these rails you can put on a table. So if you don't like holding your HQ or you don't like holding your cards, having this on the table and having your hand in here is just a nice accessibility thing. These we picked up because we were particularly asked for them, but now we're just gonna bring them to every tournament because if someone doesn't want to hold their cards, you technically don't have to, which is sick. So that's great. Other stuff, another Sharpie. We have a lot of prize support. Not even as much prize support. So we have circuit opener kit and a bunch of other stuff. Montreal SMCs. We have all the fermenters. We might not have enough fermenters. We'll sort that out soon. More fermenters. Bunch of old prize support kit stuff. And then the last stuff, which I think is the most maybe important and interesting, is how to do deck stuff. So we have a system that we get these small envelopes, and every round we'll write a round number on one side. And then all the round 1 slips will go in one bag, and round 2 slips, round 3 slips, and so on and so forth. This is, if you're doing a big tournament, take paper slips if you can, just because if something needs to be repaired and there's some mistakes, it's nice to have physical evidence. If you're doing a small event and not a competitive tier event, I don't think you need to have physical match reporting. People can just report on Aesop's table directly if you set it up like that. But if you're doing any larger tournament, you should have match slips. Match slips are available on the Null Signal website. You can just cut them out into little slips. That's why we have scissors. And then we generally collect them and keep them round 1, round 2, round 3, just to make sure we're organized. So these little envelopes are a huge help. We then have a binder. This has deck lists in it. Deck lists are not required for NANPC. We only need at least 8 of these for the top cut, and we have them in here. We also have a little nice sign that says the tournament organizer, talk to Maddie, even if she's knitting, where the bathrooms are. And all that should be stored in here. We have the stuff from last year still in here from CanNats. So like round 1s to 8 are all in this. They got married together. All the forms are in here. But it's always good to keep these just in case anything shows up so that you have paper copies. Because at the end of the day, if someone like messes up their match slip, it's always good to check at the end of every round, but you want to have the paper. And that's it. That's all that's in here. It's a lot of stuff. But I think the easiest things that, like, besides all of the prize support stuff that you want to keep in mind, and I think is a really good thing to bring to tournament, bring extra pens, bring name tags if you can. You can buy a roll really cheap for like, I think these are 500 name tags. They were like $3 Canadian, maybe, no, they're a bit more, like $5-6 Canadian. And that's mostly it. Everything else is super extra, but I put this together the other day and I was pretty happy with how it turned out. This is, I'm going to keep on a shelf, and anytime we're running a tournament, we can bring this out, and this will basically support any tournament of most sizes, which is really nice to have that all together. And then anytime I get prize support, it just goes into the box, and then we have stuff for the next upcoming thing. Any question? Is there anything you think we're missing? The other stuff that's not in here is like the trophy deck box, the birds are still being worked on, and camera stuff, which will come in a camera bag separately because we shouldn't put that in here for obvious reasons. Do you get the timing chart thingies? I didn't. I don't know if there's extra from Toronto. I always have mine on me. So they're not in this box, but I have that little sheet that has the timing chart. And anytime I'm judging, I'll have those in my pocket so that when I'm talking people through timing questions, I can show them on the chart because sometimes that's easier to understand. I don't know if I can get more of those. Maybe if the folks from Toronto can bring it in. The other things that we have to bring as well is we want to bring a laptop, ideally, for data entry, and also an iPad. One of the downsides about Silver Goblin is that it doesn't have any screens anywhere. So in terms of having a timer that everyone can look at, the easiest way to do that is to put it on an iPad, and we'll just leave it on the front desk, and then you can look at it. That's probably what we're going to do. It's the best we have, but those are the other two things that I think are important. My custom acrylic tokens, they're not here, Ken, yet, just like you aren't, but we'll have those soon for sure. I'm excited for them. How hyper lazy are they stored? Do you keep recording stuff in it? I'm not sure what you mean, Meteor. We're recording this year on a phone, which will just be in someone's pocket. This stuff I'll put in a camera bag alongside batteries and cables, and we already have the tape and scissors. And then I have a tripod bag that also has extension cords and a power brick in it, which should cover us on that front. There's some card size timing charts on NPC. Yeah, those are the ones droids. They had them. They were giving them out at Toronto Nats. And I was like, I already have a set of these. I'm good. And I should have been like, no, I'll take more. They're always good to have. So that'll come up. I believe we handed our last few at Suburban Wasteland, but I'll check with Josh. Okay. Thanks, Terrence. If not, those are always handy to have. It's also really good now if you go to the rules on Null Signal's website. The rules page is now like hyperlinkable. If you go rules.nullsignal.games. So it's really easy to have the URL that goes up to a certain page. Also, as a judge, you should always have a cell phone on you. Just so if people ask you to look up a card, you can look up a card and show them. Would you like me to bring a projector for a timer? Terrence, I really appreciate it. I don't think so because I don't think there's a good wall or a space for it to happen. And I don't think there's a good wall or space for a screen because the way that the tables are set up. But I really appreciate it. I'll talk to Adam today. I'll message him to see what can come up, but I don't think that's 100% necessary. Thank you, though. For smaller events, we do an alarm on a smartphone and shouting X minutes in the room. Yeah, that's what we've been doing like 9 out of 10 times. But for a big enough space like that, I will try to be like half an hour warning, 50-minute warning, 10-minute warning, 5-minute warning. But it's nice that there's a visible timer for everyone so they can make their own. They can passive aggressively look at the clock and make it obvious that they're looking at the clock so their opponent understands to play faster. Can you send me the link to those rails, please? I want to get a couple. Yeah, I think I just got them out of Amazon. They're really good, actually. They're quite nice. Even just for like solo gaming, just to have them are nice. I'll try and see them. I bought them last year. I love passive aggressively looking at the clock. Me too. Sometimes you just need your body language to say what you don't want to say. I have to rebuild that box now, so good work, me. But that's it. That's everything that goes in the box. I'm really excited for this weekend. I think it's going to be a great event. Still a bit to be done. Maddie has been knitting birds furiously, crocheting, excuse me. Please kindly grab your tickets so we know. In terms of proxying stuff, I don't have a printer. I think if you're like really, really cool, you have a printer and you can proxy stuff on site. I don't have that set up. I'm on a PC. I'm on a desktop PC, so I don't have anything like that. There's a big chance that at the Silver Goblin, we can do a bit of proxying. I'm going to check with Adam because obviously they have a printer, but I'm not sure if we can proxy like a lot of cards. Like I don't think we were able to proxy a whole deck, which I'm hoping you don't show up without a deck. If that happens, we might be able to do something about it. But I'll ask with Adam because I'm pretty sure for throwback, people might need proxies. And those are easy because you only need like one playset. But I'll confirm that sooner than later. Ideally, if you have your stuff, but if you need a proxy one card, I think last year we were able to like print a handful of cards. I just don't think we're going to be able to print a whole deck. Proxy templates for NSG are okay for small quantities. Yeah, I think we'll just go to Proxy Nexus and print it. The timing chart cards for CanNets we printed just on NPC when we made our orders, but it's probably too late. As a judge, we can rate proxies. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. I did my SMC order a couple weeks ago. They're already in, so I can't order from NPC in that short notice. As much as NPC was really fast this year. It was very, very fast. Okay, I don't know if I missed any questions. That's mostly it. Alec, I'm gonna forget. Message me about the Rails because I will totally forget after I do the publishing. Our local group finally gave away our last Midnight Suns copy at our last tournament. They go eventually. Yeah, for sure. I think people are really excited to get free stuff, to be like, oh, I'm new to the game. Here's Ashes. Like, getting this for free is one of the best investments to be like, Hoshiko? I can play Hoshiko? And you're like, yeah, she's good. And then people like spend more time playing the game. It's pretty cool. Okay. NPC has been getting really fast. Yeah, it's really fast. You can bring decks to lend out to someone who shows up without decks. Yeah, I might be able to. I think I have sleeved up right now. It's Kiko, the deck list of the week, because it's sick. And I think a newer player can enjoy this for sure. I don't think it's incredibly punishing if you like misplay it, because you can just send it R&D every once in a while. It'd be fine. So I might have 2 decks on hand. I know last year Brandon showed up and I built him like I think I had like 4 or 6 decks built for folks. But that's mostly it. Daft question, but are you allowed to play different arts of the same card as much as that's a bad idea? You're totally allowed to. I wouldn't recommend it. I don't know. Some people feel differently about proxies and alt arts that are like less known. I think it's a really cool way to show off, art and cards, and accessibility to cards is like not super easy. This is not my hard stance on this. I'll just be clear. But I think especially as a corp, I'm a bit more, if I can be, I'll try, especially if it's a competitive tournament, which technically NANPC Montreal is a casual teal tournament, is I'll try and play alt arts that I think more people are familiar with, just because in a corporation, when people are accessing cards, I think you can get a bit of a read. For a runner deck, I care less, because corporations are not actively accessing or interacting with runner cards on the secret, so they should know what all the cards are. But for a corp deck, I'll try and minimize the amount of alt arts, unless they're like official NSG, or things like Always Be Running that more people would be familiar with. That's a shit take, and I'm definitely a bit of a, what are they called? The sort of person who says one thing and does the other, because I love my alt arts, I definitely do. But I don't think that's a totally defensible take. I think playing 3 different alt arts is fine. As a runner, enjoy it. I think that's great. As a corporation, I'm a bit more cautious about it, just to not like confuse people. To be like, they access one Tranquility Home Grid, they access another Tranquility Home Grid, and like you can tell when they're accessing Tranquility Home Grid. It's way more important corp side, Jinx. Yeah. On the corp side, I'm a bit more cautious about it. But I think a good part of this game is that your friends, artists all over the world have a way to like put their cool stuff in their deck. So I want to encourage that. Also, notably, as someone who casts more than they play, we always sit down with folks before they play and go through their deck so we're familiar with all the alt arts. I don't think I've seen a problem where the alt arts are unrecognizable on the table level. On a stream level, it's an issue, and we have to, as casters, explain to the audience what the alt arts we're looking at are. Even a lot of folks don't know all the official NSG or FFG alt arts. Of course they don't. There's lots of them. Yeah, I think on the runner, I care way less. I'll say generally, as we run to tournaments, I blast locally that I'm willing to print off and proxy decks for people. Play 4 different alts in every deck. There's some alt arts that are just not the card at all. Most alt arts are just not the card at all, but that's kind of the point, right? It's a precedent on what NSG alt arts for Hippo. Sorry. Yeah, it's definitely an interesting conversation, and a lot of people can feel strongly on both sides. I want to make accessibility to the game as good as possible, but I also don't want it to be an angle shooting thing, which I'm not convinced it is yet. Anywho. I think, do we have time? Let's play one more. I'm surrounded by like clutter now, which is getting to me. I think we'll do one more game. Let's just try and make the deck slightly better by taking out the bad card and see what it looks like. Okay, hold on. Let's go to the drawing board and we'll just take, like, let's keep playing Brasilia, but we'll take out the echoes and we'll take out the weird stuff and just play the good stuff and play Derez tempo, Asa. Let's play our Arc Nova turn. Arcade is really good. I'm playing Arc Nova with Jeff and Chris, and it's like, I'm expecting Chris to be better than both Jeff and I, with all due respect, Jeff. But it seems to be a close game. It's been fun. It's been fun. I've been getting ruined by monkeys. Monkeys have been getting me. I did send out other monkeys for other people. Okay, let's get rid of Echo. Let's get us rid of Cyber Send. Okay. I'm expected to get crushed. I think you're doing fine, Jeff. Legibility is an important factor. I got reminded some of my alt arts might be too dark for the opponent to read. Black heavy print. Oh yeah, sometimes also like arts just don't print well. Especially on the more like some of the more affordable print options, like darks can get blown out. Okay. I don't think we can afford Holloman. Ablative is really good. Turns out Tattoo's pretty good. What is another card we can res and derez in a way that's interesting? Like, do we actually play Stavkas? Like, is this a list we can play? I could see this doing something. What is the one card that will make this perfect? Restore? One Seamless? A third Wage Workers? Get a rhyme for 11 strength Stavka? That's not the math. That's the math. Cold Site Server? I don't think we have clicks for that sort of thing. If anything, we should have one mana Garm. That's a good idea, though. Let's try this. Restore is pretty easy. I don't mind Restore. I think Restore is a bit underplayed in like Holloman decks because it beats Holloman text. And Recursion is really good. Helheim. With Cohort and Helheim, I think our hand is going to be taxed out. Rhyme is kind of good because it's a free res to derez, but it kind of takes up slots. Yeah, I'm worried about playing Rhyme in a deck with 15 ice that wants to do like single ice remotes. It's definitely not bad, and I think if you play something more like PD or probably more like Thunderbolt, it's a really good card because you can res it whenever you want, which means you always have a res derez target on any run on the server. Like, that actually sounds kind of cool. Let's try it to see what it looks like. But I could see it both being cursed and with better cards. And also not cursed. It does eat Kid and Banhar. Yeah, but a lot of our cheap ice does eat Kid and Banhar inherently. Like, we're on 5 end the run barriers on like 1 strength. So it's not like I think I'm not sure it's particularly a niche that we need a corner. Rhyme looks like a good ice when it's face down. Yeah, everything's ice and tons. All right. Rhyme on a single ice server is fine as long as the runner has a little incentive to run without a breaker. It's like a pop-up window that we don't get paid. Like, how bad is that? Oh shit, Arisana. Oh no! So Gyro's on like the sort of, if I'm not mistaken, ice strength doesn't matter list. That's unfortunate. Like the sort of Fazera and Botulus spree deck. That is gonna run us down. Rhyme One Worlds? Yeah, but that's a certain deck, and which makes sense. Thanks, you too. This is the sort of list where you want Mavirus. I think Mavirus might be better than Cohort too. So can we do Cohort? How do we play this? Yeah, this is Poison Vial Ari, which is like ice text doesn't matter the deck. Okay. So how do we push something here? Brasilia Ablative is not great early. We can maybe force some interaction on Brasilia Tattoo Bola. Tattoo Bola is really good into this sort of list. That's a cool thing we've got going because hosting on it's pretty rough. So we could do Brasilia Tattoo Bola. We could do Cohort. The deck is on like 3 burners, and that gets us really bad. This hand is not terrible. It's not amazing though. A lot of people think it's border control in my experience. It's Poison Valor, yeah. Spree is fun? Yeah, Spree is fun. Okay, that's good. So the question is, what are we protecting? I think protecting the prototype is fine. We do prototype Tattoo Bola, then we can Ablative HQ, and then that's probably fine. So Ablative HQ just because I don't want to get that. And I think we'll put this in server 1. Need to keep a Tattoo Ice. Oh shit, yeah we do, but I don't think we can afford to with this hand. I think we would have liked to. Maybe putting the Brazilian top of the working prototype is wrong. Yeah, maybe that is wrong. It doesn't do anything, and it keeps our hand padded. Yeah, I don't like what we did with the Brasilia. No, I wasn't expecting an overclock here. I'm not resing the working prototype because we're just losing money on it. Oh, shit. I wish we had to flip here. It'd been so good. Okay. They're on 5 credits still. They're on 4 credits. So they can't trash all of this. So we're hoping that they find one sooner than the other. You have no ice. I know. Brasilia, if they trash that, we're okay. But it actually does beat Slap Vandal, technically. Ah, shit. They got the prototype. Okay. Okay, so now the Slap Vandal's locking our tattoo down. Let's draw an ice. Nice. Let's draw another ice. Another ice? Palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy. It's Vovo. Ozzetti. So I think we want to put something in this server to force the tattoo swap. We might see some pressure on HQ sooner than later. We've drawn a fair bit. We're not like pushing out. We could do cohort guidance tattoo, but that's a problem now. We have 2 tattoos on the table. We want to keep the berry in hand. So ideally, if we can do the tattoo swap trash slap end, it'll be great. But I don't know what to put in this remote server. Like Vovo obviously does nothing. So we can put Vovo on HQ and just like forego the install. Bait with Vovo is like kind of fine. I don't think they'll run it because this seems like so transparent. Like it's so obviously strange. We're not building the board state. I think cohort might have been better there because we can trash the Brasilia to cohort. Yeah, I think the cohort was strictly better than the Vovo. Because we need card draw for this hand really bad. Oh, sick. Never mind. We're the best. Well, they hush it. No. Baited. I was surprised. So them trashing the Vovo is good for us. They played 1 creative so far. The deck is obviously on like 16 trick shots, 33 overclocks. This Vovo is very expensive for them. Okay. So now we need to build another server so Brasilia has a target. You can install both. We could have put the cohort on the table. I guess so. Okay, that's good. So I think we draw once. Okay, I'll do Rashida into Tattoo Bola. So they know this is a Brasilia, so we can put a cohort in there, I think. We just want to engender as much interaction as we can get. There's only so many muses. Okay, they're drawing. Now, I want to ice up R&D sooner than later. We're trying to keep a Tattoo Bola ice. Yeah, this is exactly what we're expecting, which, like, fuck. There's so much pressure for Burner. I'm way worse scared of Burner than Diversion. So if we res as Ablative, they put something on it, like install from hand deck. Yikes. So this is going to go through and we're going to lose the off-world office. If they put it on R&D, they're risking us having a shuffle effect, which I think is unlikely. If we res the Ablative, yeah, we'll res the Ablative. Okay. Yeah, this is fine because we have Derez. I know it doesn't have text, but we have Brasilia. Like, we can pay 5 for this. Sorry, not 5. We can re-res this. This means that they have to put on top of the deck, which is fine. So they get 2 points. Burn is really good. Is Gyro admitting they have no Q-bond? Yes, I think so. Or no hush. Which, like, respect. They had a Gatekeeper to the bottom of R&D. I think that makes sense with Tattoo Bola. You could put it on the top after the Tattoo Bola. I think it's Gatekeeper better than an average draw? Maybe. I think it's pretty good. Trick shot. Yeah, with the Tattoo Bolas, it's pretty good. I guess, yeah, with the trick shot, you don't want to put it underneath that. How are they going to use 6 credits here? They've already used their ability, so they're just forcing this res. They can't Arasana it. That could have been a drafter or something. So we'll do res Rashida, res cohort. We'll do Rashida first. Cohort, we'll throw out the Brasilia. Oh, that's not a good hand. So now we need to ice up HQ. We need to ice up R&D. Cohort can be firing. Tattoo Bola has cards. We need to get 2 or 3 ice. I think we actually trashed the Botulus. It's unfortunate, but one of the best things we can do is make sure the Botulus is around because it's a disgusting spree target. So let's plan our turn here. I think we draw once. Then we can ice HQ and hope ideally put something in server 2. I don't think we're too worried about trick shot while holding 6 points. You can rush out an Iqua here. I don't think we want to. Our economy's so bad. It'll kill our tempo. Like, we definitely could. I just don't think it's worth it. Because they have so many, like, trick shots and burners and stuff. Okay. So I think we want to get a drafter on HQ. That's hard for them to deal with. It doesn't slap Vandal well. I wish we could build board state here, but we're not. And then I think it's either an MIC or a Gatekeeper. We'll just keep it easy and we'll put the MIC on the remote server. MIC seems hard for them to deal with. We'll cohort here. I don't think we'll cohort an Iqua. Oh, Poison Vial, never mind. All our ice breaks for free. This is the sort of matchup where you just want defensive upgrades, because if their line is to make your ice like not relevant, Brasilia doesn't do anything. Mana Garm does, which is obviously not great for us. We're going to try and keep an ice in hand for Tattoo Bola. Oh, okay. Do we lose the game here? No, we can't. It's impossible to lose the game. But it's going to be bad for us. So I guess we have to. It's weird. This feels like the Mercury deck I fear, where it's like ice doesn't matter, just send it all the time. And the only way to beat it is by destroying your own ice. They never Peach a Shaw? Yeah, they don't Peach a Shaw. They have to break. All right, we're on game point. What was the other card they accessed? MIC. Okay, so they don't know we have the other one. I don't think we cohort here. Unless we draw a Spin Doctor. Lucky Rip? I don't think so. How many cards have we gone through? 11? You're assuming that there's 2 agendas in play. I don't think that's lucky. I think that's good. I think we do nothing. So we've seen no Simulchips, no Muses. They've played one, like we lose to Burner. This is miserable. What can we possibly do? Like, we have to make the game about the remote server to keep their central pressure off, but I think they're so far ahead that they can win off central pressure and never run the remote server. Draw. Hide the Iqua. Like in Archives? I don't know. They don't have many credits left, yeah, but they break everything for 1 credit, right? Like, you're right, they don't, but I don't think they need a lot of credits. Worst case is they trick shot, yeah, or overclock, and they have a lot of all of them. And I think that is a pretty bad worst case. Oh, fuck, we're on multiple cohorts. I forgot about that. So trashing the Slap Vandal keeps them off spree, but I don't think we can afford to do that. If we do Greasing, we're on 3 cards in hand. Did one drafter Subfire? No, Jakob, they Poison Vialed. Right? Like, no ice matters. They break all ice that's 6 strength for 1 credit. It's funny Brasilia actually beats Slap Vandal, but they know where it is. I think we just put this in server 2. I don't think I want to go down to 3 cards in hand because then we lose to we're probably still gonna lose to Burner. So going from 3 to 4 is like a very narrow line that we don't. I generally don't know how to beat this deck unless you're like Wage Workers, Warm Reception, Acid Spam deck. Defensive upgrades. Gyro's struggling to deal with things like Mana Garm. Flipping the cohort there is good. But like it's defensive upgrades, border control, Anoetic, Ag Infusion. Like there's a lot of ways to do it. I just think all that stuff is like tier 1. Acids are probably not great. Like if you play a deck that has 2-3 ice on it, I think the deck still has enough like centrals pressure that maybe can do something, but I'm not sure. I haven't played a lot of it. I'm not going to res this. Okay. Spin Doctor to Drafter. Res Spin Doctor. Like we need to build a 2 ice server and see what happens. Bros, I don't know how to do that. Like, we did 1 install, we can do 2 install, we can do Drafter, we can then draw Spin Doctor again. I don't know. How do you feel about this deck like Punitive RH or Ag trying to discourage Runner? I think they're interesting. think there, it feels like you have enough ways to play around them. I think actually the RH and like Ag is a bit more suffocating because Ag's ability is really, really strong. But I've had a lot of fun playing the RH matchups. I don't feel like they've felt particularly cheesy. But I've also stopped dying on turn 1, which that's up to you to do. Okay, this drops us down to 2 credits. Then we'll have 2 credits. They're going to contest the wage workers here. Gatekeeper being on 6 strength, they have silent trip, they break all their ice. Equa behind MIC and never advance with double cohort. It's hard because it's double cohort into wage workers, which like maybe we'll do eventually, but we still have problems. Tax the chip. Yeah, but I don't think it's the tax the chip. I think it's tax card from hand. I would have cohorted the Equa into archives and then would have lost it to dirty laundry and run back to archives. Yeah, I was thinking about it, Alex. I was just like, do we get a spin doctor back up? I don't expect him to check archives. I expect him to check archives when we put a card like this on server 2 to play around it being a 4-2. And actually, for what we know, they think this is a 4-2. So they did chip Botulus, okay. Now, Botulus is like a worse target for us because, oh wow, that was actually really destructive for them because of Spree. They've only 1 click after that, so you'd have to live another turn to find spin. Yes, but I don't think it's a spot we want to be in. Yep. Okay. So like we have to get rid of this Botulus, otherwise Spree breaks everything for free. Overclock? Okay, it's a spin doctor. Well, that's a wild overclock use. I think they're expecting it to be another wage workers. Oh wait. What are they installing? Muse? Just to get something on the table? Yeah. I think we trash the spin doctor and we res and pop that one. They trash this for free. We already have one in the bin. I'd rather get some cards back in circulation. So what do we want back in circulation? Wage workers is not something we'll pull with drafter. I think I want Vovo back. And a greasing, I think. We want to keep the face down because we have cohort. That might not have been correct. We're getting to the end of the stream where things get a fair bit sharper, that's for sure. So cohort we have to use here. We'll get rid of the Brasilia Government Grid. Man, it's like, yeah, you immediately play and be like, wait, this is worse than both. Whatever, I'm not going to dwell on it. Okay, we have fully op. We have an Equa. We have 2 cohort cards. We lost the wage workers. If they steal this, but they're showing 1 credit, they've played 2 overclock. They're setting up clearly to run HQ. Can cohort NA the Equa? Yeah, it totally can. So we have to set it up behind 2 ice. So we could do like Equa, greasing Equa MIC, and then we could do fully op, and just empty our hand. Not a place I want to be. If that's the case, they can run it. They can spree to move the Botulus on the Slap Vandal, and then they can break 2 ice servers relatively easily. I mean, I'm going to do it. Brrr. Brrr. Go. You're gonna get deep dive soon. I don't think they can deep dive with this deck that easily because it's a spree deck. I think they're more on like what's it called? Trick shot, jailbreak. I'd be surprised if he's on a deep dive. He might be on 1. So I'm not too upset. This is a good play, right? Like this. Not only that, we can't even cohort anymore. Like we always lose to this. We should have iced up archives. 100% we should have iced up archives at some point. Oh shit. Now we're doubly getting punished for not playing Amakua. Dirty Deeds, yeah, we're playing Brasilia. Now we got nothing. Oh god. Oh no. When our play loses to run archives, we shouldn't make the play, I don't think. Wait, Ablative on archives is kind of sick. We need to keep the Amaku out. We have to do this. So we'll just do draw archives. It's another matchup where the rhyme doesn't matter. Tron, just install it, no ice. The Luminal? With Amakua, they're incentivized to check. Because it breaks Tattoo Bola. Apparently, Paula's Juvenile NA it? Poof? No. If we put the Luminol on the table, they definitely check it. Like, we still got issues here. All right. Do we lose? I don't think so. Rhyme can push Gatekeeper out of slap bundle range once? Yes. No Spin Doctor on the table? Oh, we 100% lose the game. Okay, good game. Yeah. Yeah, I really don't. This deck is always... I never have a good time playing against it. Yeah, we 100% lose here. Unless they mess up. And like let one draft or subroutine fire. Even that doesn't matter. Because we'll have 3 cards in hand. Maybe they respect my virus here, but Gatekeeper's on 0. Like, they don't even need the Botulus. It's wild. I think the Mercury deck is actually like this deck, right? Like the sort of, I don't care what your ice text says. I'm just going to get in. Feels bad. We definitely didn't play perfectly. So like, I need to review the tape to see what lines we had. I think we might have misplayed even the first turn. Like we didn't play well. Does Burner even work if you have less than 3 cards to reveal? Yeah, totally. Reveal 3 cards. It doesn't say if able, so you do as much as you can. If they let you install spin, you might do something. Yo, Jackmate, how's it going? Yeah, there's no way they do, though. Hi, by the way. Hey, how's it going? Like, it's just so much HQ pressure. Hey, good game. Oh, man. Man, 8 turns. That's rough. Yeah, that's rough. None of our ice does anything besides Tattoo Bola. Hey, cheers. Feels bad. I'm gonna do another one. I didn't like that. That was suffocating? Yeah. No, it's just an absurd amount of pressure. It's really hard to do with everything. And like, it's hard to tell what they're gonna pressure to, right? Like if we have 3 cards in hand and one of them's Agenda, Burner gets us. Burner almost always gets us. Single ice doesn't work, so you need 2 ice. But unfortunately, the way that economies are structured in decks like this, like you kind of need to snowball forward. So if they stop at the first thing in your remote server, you generally don't afford a 2 ice. Like to be safe against a deck, we generally either have to go at such a good speed that our mulligan is so strong that we can make the game about the remote server in a way that they don't think they can keep up by putting Central's pressure. Or otherwise, something like that will happen. Now, of course, like we don't have real defensive upgrades. Like our whole shtick is making stuff slightly bigger. And yeah, maybe we could have done something cool by making a big FU slap vandal. But Botchos beats it. So just feels bad. Yeah. Yeah, it's not great. It's weird that though, I don't think we've seen anyone play a deck like that competitively at a tournament setting. I'm not sure what that means, like whether the deck is not consistent enough or just only one person's playing it. Because Gyro's been playing that consistently. And it's not always bad beats. If we like go fast, it's good, but it feels like bad beats when it beats. Sorry for second damage. Hey Gyro, how's it going? A good game. Yeah, I really don't like playing against that deck. Poison Vial's cracked card with Slap Bundle? Yeah, it helps a lot. It definitely helps a lot. Oh, it's D-Dark. D-Dark did really well at a recent tournament. All right, Lat. Our hand. Hey, thanks, you too. Bovo Cohort Brasilia. Early Brasilia is bad. I think there's a chance that we should be playing 3 Brasilia. Hold on, don't dive too deep into that sentence. But early Brasilia is not good because it doesn't do anything. Because we need other rezzed, which we don't have. So with this hand, we can like put something behind a drafter and force a drafter face check on turn 1. With greasing, it's not great. German Nats, yeah, I think German Nats was top 8. I'll come up with something different next time. It's no big deal. It's just the sort of like the ice doesn't matter decks. They get me upset. You know what else doesn't do anything? Late Brasilia. Late Brasilia is really good. What are you talking about? You get your Tattoo Bolas, Derez, you get your Rhyme. It's cool seeing something I don't see at tournaments. Yeah, I think people will like to see that deck. I'd like to play that deck. Because you can just play run events and it seems fun. For the corporation though, like, I don't know. So much of the interest of the game is like the ice subroutines and the face checks matter. It's like having Banhar on everything. But I think also like playing from behind, it feels like it can do everything. And so we don't see the like where the deck is struggling, right? Like A lot of times you don't see, I need to sort this mulligan out. I think we'll keep this. Like you don't feel, it's like playing against Ag Infusion. You think Ag Infusion's always in the driver's seat and there's always like a weakness. 100% ice should matter. Yeah, it doesn't feel like ice matters in that matchup. Okay. Mark Mulligan, 45 card lat deck. We want to dump cards from hand to make lat slightly difficult. We're not expecting burner in lat. So I think Cohort's the best on-tempo card we have here. And we have a Spin Doctor. We'll throw out a Brasilia. That's the best part. I mean, I guess. Deck and I fall apart against Acid or Tag Spam. Oh, yeah, I imagine. There's not a lot of tech in that deck, right? I don't think you necessarily need to have a bad Acid matchup or a Tag matchup. Like, I think that's relatively easy to fix. But I think that was a choice. Trickshot Unity. Okay, cool. Do we Spin Doctor here first? I think it's unlikely lat goes down to 0. We're going to break lock anyways. I don't think we Spin Doctor here. Fuck. Oh my god. Ow. Maybe we should have Spin Doctored there. All right. We had a good run today. We should have quit when we were ahead, you know? You can trash that if you want. Pretty balanced card. Yep. No downsides to this one. Just a lot of value. Oh, it's so bad. Okay. Great. Okay, we have Gatekeeper, we have Rhyme. That's kind of fun. Deck building tension. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, we're not gonna get into it. It's fine. We'll do this. Okay. We need to ice up R&D. Getting down to low hand size is good. So what are we protecting more? Like, I actually want to keep the Rhyme in hand. Drafter's relatively good. This is fine here. Like, I think we keep the Rhyme in hand, which is kind of perverse. Laughs and Frizarum? I think we need more cards like VSA that punish runners for not having the main 3 breaker types. It's like it's a hard thing, because I think it's cool to have that, but also like there needs to be a bit of creativity in the format, right? Like you can't have the creativity hammers all the time. So now we're threatening Cohort for this to be a 4-2. We're threatening single ice. They have a Unity. Rhyme and Gatekeeper is like kind of fun. It doesn't change the Unity math. I think we just credit here. Gatekeeper on RD is risky if there's a Conduit. I don't expect Conduit in the Year of Our Lord, but it's the best we have right now, and if anything, we just don't res it. I don't think Conduit's seeing play in a lot of decks. Okay, so he has 3 credits, so I think we just do Prototype, Res, Gatekeeper. We should have maybe slid the Vovo, I'm not sure. Okay, oh, little jump scare there for us. Just gonna put those back. I'm not ready for that sort of commitment. They just think they botched it. They just go subroutines lol. So we can get the working prototype to pretty high. What if you get 5 counters on prototype this turn? Yeah, I was thinking about it. How many can we do? Do we get rid of the Rhyme? Honestly, yeah. Yeah, we can get 5 counters on the Miss Bones. It's not easy. So if we do fully operational, we draw 2. We get ice. No, yeah, we could do it, but it costs us a Rashida, right? Like, we're at 3 counters, so we need to res 2 more things. So we do Rashida Brasilia. We just install a click. Yeah, but where do we install the Rashida? That's worth it? I don't think it is. Flop draw first. Yeah, but if we flop draw, we can't hit the prototype. I think we just don't do it this turn. I think we flop draw. Then we install the Rashida behind the flop draw to push the game forward. And then we worry about anything else. That's not a good card. That's better. Greasing lowers the cards in hand in a way that is not particularly good for this. Yeah, prototype is cube or sheet of fire to win game. Exactly. I'd rather win the game. So we can do Brasilia Rashida, put an ablative, and then have one agenda in hand. I don't want a greasing for that reason. So you want to do the ice because then they don't know which one is not an agenda. Because either of these could be agendas. I mean, never hits it. Stavka, they're scared. Stavka, not good. It's not good against lat, against simulchip, let alone against we need it in front of something. It's not particularly good. Okay, if we didn't lose this points on, we actually have a pretty cool game here. What card are we throwing out most consistently from our hand? Honestly, we'll never know. Okay, so I think more corps should be on Stavka. I do not think they should. I think it's only really good against criminal. I think against Shaper, it's a road bump. Against Anarch, it's a pretty meaningful road bump, but not like game winning. Okay, we probably should work on scoring this Vitruvius. So this server, we can make Stavka into ablative, which doesn't matter because they can let the Stavka fire, so they'd have to figure out how to break an ablative. That shouldn't be too difficult for them. So we can do Vitruvius Gatekeeper. Stavka's good into Kit. It's pretty worthless into other shapers, but Kit can break Kit. Okay, so Vovo, we're on 4. Bouncing the missed bones actually does matter. Res everything, get rid of the bones. We need to do that at the same time that we're building board state. So if we do greasing Vitruvius, that goes into the server. They might pressure HQ, largely because we've drawn a lot and we haven't scored. But if we greasing the Vitruvius into the server, then we can also get the gatekeeper in front of it. That's okay. Honestly, the Brasilia is pretty sick on this board state. Oh, we have one in mind. So greasing Vitruvius, it'll be a big old gatekeeper, 9 strength. So that's 1 click, 2 click. We don't want to show the Brasilia. They don't know what it is. Then we'll be at 3 counters. We can install the wage workers, install an ice, click it. Yeah, we can do it. We can do it. I'm just going to vibe. So they think this is the Stavka. Cool thing is it's not. What? Oh my god. I vibed too hard. I played an operation. Very kind. Yeah, we played an operation. Don't worry. JNet stuff. I would have definitely cheated that in a tournament setting. I'll be honest. I know. I agree. Exactly. We played an operation. That's not right. Okay. Don't play an operation. It's actually better for us not to play an operation. Because we pad HQ slightly. Turn is pretty goated once you do it right. Bro, 5 too close to the sun. My wings, they're melting. Yeah, we vibed a bit hard. All right, enjoy stone shipping into your Miss Bones. She's back already. Honestly, we should have wage workers on top of the cohort. I think protecting the wage workers is actually pretty important. The cohort's not that important, but technically we have 2 real threats here. Interesting. Is interesting. Currently, their board state is only a Miss Bones. And we have just a fucked up 9 strength gatekeeper. They could here do wage workers trash prototype, but prototype is like not putting on that much threat. That's also all their money. I wonder what the replacement from Bones will be. Scrubber. But it has 3 credits and it's called Fencer Fueno. Oh, nice. The red mist has descended. They have decided to trash working prototype with impunity. That's really good for us because it costs them 2 credits. It also deals with fully op slightly, but we play 2 fully ops. Okay, that was the line that we thought we would do. Luckily, we get to do the cool thing, which is show them a Brasilia. Cohort just spectator occasionally making you more susceptible to burner? What do you mean spectator? Yeah, we do get burnered harder with cohort. It's fine. I'm just going to go get recursion, I guess. Move Vovo to another server. I don't think the server's going to be challenged, so maybe we should protect the cohort. If anything, we should protect R&D. Forget the counter, wheel in the second Vitruvius? I'm not sure. I like the counter. I think the server's still pretty good next turn. But I do like the counter because it allows us to get a wage workers back here, and then we might be able to do triple install next turn. I think it's fair. We're just going to force their money out. I was going to consider putting Vovo here. It's not that bad. Sec thinking, yeah, totally. Let's see what their killer is. If it's an echelon, this is a nightmare. If it's a revolver, they're in a good spot. This is not Sokka's list, so this is more likely to be on not a revolver. They also did deal with cohort. I'm fine with them emptying these servers because we can just rebuild them. Vovo's an AOT card. London. I like Vovo in a lot of decks. I think he feels good. Fire all? Fuck. Oh, disgusting. Disgusting. Ah, sick. So Rashida and server 4 seems fine. What are we adding to HQ? It's probably the wage workers. This is way too much decision for one man to make at this hour. Wage workers. Add to hand. We have a fully op. We put Rashida in server 4. Seems good. Drafter pog. Drafter super pog. Just pogged out. Why not install the wage workers? Because installing the Rashida is more important. Because it fires. Cohort. We already have a flop. We don't need another flop. And we have a Vitruvius. Like, Rashida does the most for us on this board state. Yeah, Echelon just too expensive. Now, this will put on HQ pressure, that's for sure. Okay. Is Drafter better than Architect? No. I don't think so. But I actually don't, because I think Architect is ignoring all costs. No, Architect, you pay all costs. It can't be trash. That doesn't really matter. It rearranges the top 5, though, which protects R&D like nobody's business. Okay, so now we need to not play operations if we're getting the wage workers on the table. So we can put wage workers in server 1. We probably... Wait, we can do 3 greasings. That's kind of sick. Wait, that's really funny. Architect does not rearrange, doesn't it? Oh, yeah. It only looks. Still pretty good, though. Because it does protect R&D, right? Because you look at the top 5 and you always get the agenda out of the way, unless it's 2 agendas in a row. Yeah, but honestly, the no trash clause is one of the biggest things on the card. So we'll put this in the server that costs the most so far. Forgot about this little hiccup. Gonna just walk that one back. Our little secret. This is such a funny turn. Not like that. It's okay. We can install a spin doctor, get rid of one of these. Move Ovo, please. We're gonna get trick shotted soon. Overdrawn solid spin, yeah, 100%. So now we have a 9 strength gatekeeper and an ablative with text. It seems pretty good. Biobands archives, okay. You got us this time. Aqua goes back. We'll leave a spin doctor out because of ablative. The other card we want to put back in is one fully operational is fine to put back in. We have Vitruvius action on the second one, so I don't think we need to be greedy about it. Brasilia is interesting to keep out here. We'll take the fully up. Again, don't knee jerk and put your best cards back into our R&D. For HB, a lot of times you want to keep your good cards in archives. Just keep that in mind. Flop always? No, not always. That's the exact opposite. A lot of times you don't want to pill flop. Keeping a flop in archives is one of the best things you can do on a lot of board states. Now, assets is even more important for ablative and upgrades. I've seen too many people just like put back fully ops. You shouldn't do that. Or like just pop spin doctors. Leave them. They're good. Okay, so our score plan is Vitruvius with a counter. I wish we had a Mana Garm, but obviously we do. And then we can afford a third ice and then go from there. So we'll do triple install. I don't think we need another Vitruvius counter, so we probably do triple install. They're on 9. How many people respect Drafter is how good your archives is? Yes. On turn 1, I'll fire a Drafter. I don't care. Okay, so we probably triple advance, and then here we get a Wage Workers click. So we can install, we have to beta run here. The problem is now we're playing with Iquias, which are kind of deadly. We res Brasilia, Vovo for free. It's already free. How good a drafter would be if your opponent chose a card? It would be terrible. It would be really bad. Way worse, in fact. Very funny how bad it was. Bait with spin and you can hide the Iqua. Yeah, I think so. I don't think we put the Iqua on the table. Like, I think we need to force the game in the server. Like, I'll probably push out the Wage Workers. The thing I want to do is, like, I want to triple advance this and then, like, do a double install horizontally. But, like, we can't hide the Iqua. We need to score the Iqua. Do we triple advance? I think we do. What if the runner chose 2 cards and you would pick one? It would be definitely straight worse. Like, it makes it worse. Are you saying is it more balanced? Maybe. So, like, our winning line is MIC into Iqua at some point. I don't want to score an off-world. We want to not score, because then we have to score the Iqua after the off-world. Like, we don't want to do it. If anything, we should put an off-world so that they overextend. But if they're going to overextend into it, we might as well put a working prototype or a spin doctor. So I think we go this far. And then we do a double install. Do you want the Mavirus or this Mavirus? Steve Cambridge problems. So I think here we can do spin doctor. Because they're probably on deep dive, right? Yeah, David, it's a re-res deck. We took out the echoes, so now it's just like Stavka, Brasilia stuff. And so far the Stavkas are new. They haven't done anything. So we'll do server 4, MIC. Now this threatens the Wage Workers and a Seamless in hand. I think we get rid of the off-world. Because we don't have to shuffle it. No, Vova, you're doing great. We have a money problem. Prototypes can get paid if they contest? Maybe. Yo, this is good. It's a 7-strength Stavka. 1x Seamless would win here 100%. That seems pretty important. They did see this. I don't feel bad. So we'll get rid of the decoder. Because we don't have to get rid of Echelon, because Echelon's really bad without the other breakers. Now, we could add a card to hand to fix this. I'm just going to not lose the 1 in 5. It's a choice we make. I chose well. That Stavka is going to have an impact on the game. Imagine losing the 1 in 5 there. Yeah. Imagine. We already lost 4 points on turn 1. Like, luck is a fixed unit. All right, they have so much work to do here. Okay, I'm going to res spin doctor at the start of turn. Okay. Then we're going to hit start it. Now we're going to shuffle cards back. Because we want to draw. We have access to fully operational. We want to draw IAA? Yeah. Well, hear me out, maybe. Probably. You want greasing? Yeah, greasing is the best top deck. I think it's just 2 greasing. Because then we have a greasing if we need to with the Vitruvius counter. Ablative. Okay, so this is ablative. That's not that useful. I don't think we can do IA. It's too expensive. We're on 4 credits. Like, I think we do install, advance, and then just hope a Wage Worker survives. Like, we put 2 Wage Workers on the table. That seems good enough. I don't think we have to do IAA. Sorry, we do shit. Greasing AA? Is that enough? If we do greasing AA, we're on 6 credits. MIC is 4. That's a problem. Oops, Vitruvius token. Yeah, I think we need to use the Vitruvius token. But I'm assuming that we had to do like... We have to do install advance. I think we just do install advance Vitruvius token for fully op. Oh, we left an off-world in the bin? Well, that's fine. Yeah, I think we just do greasing the Aqua. I think you're right, because then we don't have to count on the wage workers. Vic greasing IA. Yeah, I think that's the best. We could do triple install, like the other options we do triple install A, but then we can't fully op. I think we just need to get the money back. Sorry, greasing. Do we put another thing on the server? Ablative is free? I don't think we do. No, you're doing great, bud. Absolutely not. They have one breaker. Yeah, the one breaker thing is an issue for them. Even if they have simulchip, like they have to trash their echelon. So they need breakers and other options. The one thing we could lose to is like trick shot. Now, if they do trick shot us, the gatekeeper gets rezzed and then we can like have 3 credits. Like we can lose to this. We can't lose to this. Now the Ikoa is not even safe. Oh man, fucking stupid trick shot. MIC is safe. MIC makes us too poor though. It puts us on. Okay, wait, they don't have breakers, so Ablative just gets res. So we just res the gatekeeper, we go down to 3, we res Ablative, it's free. Yeah, we're fine. Oh no, they can simulchip back. Oh, I should have thought about this. How are they getting through the Ablative? Simulchip. We shouldn't have res this. Because we're going to be a credit short. Like, we can res Gatekeeper and Ablative, but it holds another turn. Like, we're not going to win this turn. Fire all, because now they just go to the remote server. So now we have to res 2 things. Draw how many cards? 3. What if they just don't run? They'll run. We'll see what happens here. But we have to res the Gatekeeper and the Ablative. So the MIC we can't res. So... Huh. Rashida behind the drafter? Oh, yeah. There's a convoluted way we can make it work. You're right. So we have to res this Gatekeeper. And then we can make a big Ablative with Brasilia. I think making the Gatekeeper 9 doesn't matter that much. But we could have Brasilia'd. We'll Brasilia the Ablative. Because we can de-res the Gatekeeper fire all. It's safe there, I think. Oh, we didn't use the Vitruvius counter. It's fine. The issue is they bounce here. Yep. That's the issue. So we can't win. This is acceptable. We should have shuffled the agenda back in the deck. Okay. All right, Ablative on R&D is good. Ablative on Archives is also totally fine. So we do double install fully operational. So we do install R&D, install Archives, fully op. Gain 4. Seems right. Seems... I can't play greasing? Okay, then I'll just fully op first. So we need ice on R&D because we lose. We need ice on Archives so we lose. So I'll fully op first just for money. Then we'll greasing Ablative on R&D. Archives, sorry. I'm good. And then Stavka doesn't matter, so I think we just have to bluff an ice here. I don't like stacking code gates. Move Vovo now. You're doing great, bud. All right, they have 9 credits. Like, anything is possible. Ablative on Archives is a tell, isn't it? Yeah, but we have to respect Deep Dive anyways. And, like, it's fine that it's a tell. It's totally fine if it's a tell. Because it's hard for them to break, like beat. Like if we res with Ablative, we get a Spin Doctor. If we get a Spin Doctor, we save archives. It's just 2 points? Yeah, sure. But like if they win on our, like get points in R&D and then run archives, we'd rather have it. It also means if they run last click into Ablative, we can pull Rashida and they can't contest it. Like there's some good reasons for it. This looks like a deep dive run. I would have done Ablative R&D Rashida flop. Yeah, it's not a bad line. I like that. I think they're deep diving. They can't steal Ikoa. Okay. Rashida R&D, Ablative R&D Rashida flop. Yeah, I don't mind that. Having 2 more credits off the flop is actually pretty good. They're on 11 credits. Yeah, you see, this is what happens. So they're not deep diving. So we res the Ablative, we go to 4. They're on 11. They have 1 click left, so they can't contest server 4. So we just res this to get the Spin Doctor in server 1. I think that's it. So now they have to win with 1 click left. I don't think it's possible. Yeah, good game. Yeah, that's why we go. Thanks for the game. That's why we ice up archives. I do think like if we put a second ice on R&D, I don't think they run it anymore. Like even if we don't res it, because then they have to get another simul chip because they can't do 2 ice. They're assuming these are 2 different types of ice. So just getting the archives ice is something. Now I don't think we lose if they steal the 2-pointer there because they have a lot of work to do. It's expensive HQ run. It would just run straight into the Stavka. I think I agree too. I would have, it was overclock, so it was house credits, but I would just rather let the Stavka fire because you're unlikely to need the echelon on this board state. And then you have simul chip anyways. I was saying no MIC, too expensive to res. Oh, we're now resing the MIC, but they don't know that. So they have to play around this also being an ablative. But biggest thing is they have to play around this as 2 types of ice. And that means they just strictly can't run it with a single simul chip. So it doesn't matter. It's not resable because it's not resable. It's more so that they can't afford to find out. Which is, yeah, it's not good for us, but it's better than nothing. Top of the deck was fine for a bit. Overclock better for R&D or remote and running face first into Stavka turns on simul chip. Yeah, exactly. I agree, Joe. I think you let the Stavka fire because you're not expecting to use the echelon because echelon's so expensive on this anyways. You just have to like, just let it happen. Cool. All right. I don't honestly think the deck is better than the good deck, but it has some weird stuff to it, which is kind of fascinating, right? Like that's another thing that's unfortunately weird about this. And it's not incredibly dissimilar to Managarm, but Managarm people interact with. I think when people expect this to be in their remote server, they just stop interacting because subroutines firing is like somehow worse than ending the run with a Managarm. So it's nice. And we actually can build board states where it really matters. And we really have been somewhat building board states where it matters. It's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. As much as it doesn't seem perfect. The Stavka was kind of sick. I don't know if I'd spend 2 of them. Maybe 1 is good enough, but I don't know. Even like a 7 strength on cell, which is pretty expensive. But deraising the Stavka and being able to do it against grid. HB subroutines are like the least interesting ones. I don't know what you're talking about. I think HB subroutines are so interesting. Like the Gatekeeper subroutine is fascinating. The Drafter subroutine is fascinating. I don't know. I think HB has some of the coolest ice that don't end the run. Right? Like the fact that Drafter is so important tells you that. Anywho, thanks so much for hanging out. We'll be back on Thursday with a special guest, which is going to be quite fun. But otherwise, we've been pretty busy here. If you're going to NANPC Montreal, excited to see you. Please buy your tickets sooner than later, just so we know how many people are showing up. That is incredibly appreciated, for sure. Otherwise, thanks to all these names here and more. We've been spending a lot of time on the channel recently. It's mostly behind the scenes stuff. Things like we have gameplay coming up, so we have a couple pieces of video coming up really quickly. We also have recordings that are going to happen this weekend, so there'll be more in-table play. We put up again a video on Monday. We're putting out the second one this weekend, and then from there, the season will show up. Hey, I saw my name. Speaking of your name, Alec, some folks here have a little icon next to their name. I don't know who the next person that's going to show up with. They're unfortunately like top-loaded for some reason. But if you see your name here and you want a little icon next to it, hit me up. I can get it in there. It's really fun. It doesn't have to be like a testing group. It doesn't have to be a brand. If you're an artist and you want a little paintbrush there, like there's a lot of ways you can put some, you know, a little bit of flair on your name. And I'm happy to do it for y'all for helping support the channel. It's incredibly appreciated. I want to make that very, very obvious that these names here are particularly special. And of course, our daily cast patrons as well. Like for real, really, really huge support. That's mostly it. We'll be back on Thursday. After that, it's mostly going to be like, we'll get a bit of JNet games up on the channel. I might do shorter videos just because I'm going to be stuck doing in-person play, which editing for that takes a long time. So there'll be like a bit of quiet time until all that stuff comes up. So I might do some like shorter in-person deck dive stuff to be like, here are just 2 games. Cool. Maybe something to watch during dinner or whatever. But that's mostly it. Thanks to all for hanging out. Hopefully you had a good time, and we'll be back on Thursday. I feel like I'm forgetting to say something. There's a bit of news. We'll get to that on Thursday.